Christmas with a Recluse. Written by Victorine E. Lieske. Narrated by Liz Crane. Chapter 1. Charley tapped the steering wheel of the rental car as Bobby Helms belted out Jingle Bell Rock from her car speakers. This was the best time of year. Charley loved everything about Christmas, and even though she would spend her first holiday season away from home, she was excited to be on this adventure. This was her first real job as an antique appraiser. The Colorado air was crisp with the promise of snow, and Charley could hardly wait. Growing up on the coast of Florida, she had never experienced a white Christmas. She once again silently thanked her father for sending her on this job. The GPS told her to take the next turn, and as she traveled up the winding road, her excitement peaked. The tall trees that lined the road gave the driveway a majestic feeling. She rounded another turn, and a towering mansion came into view. The neoclassical style of architecture took her breath away. 4 large columns supported a curved balcony above the second floor. Everything about the mansion was stately. She couldn't wait to see what antique treasures she'd find inside. She pulled to a stop and hopped out of the car. She smoothed her skirt down as she pulled her suitcase behind her. Her father said the job would take a while, and the guy was willing to give her a guest room while she was there. Judging from the outside of the house, he probably had quite a few empty guest rooms. She stepped up to the ornately carved front door and pressed the bell. She heard a buzz inside and then footsteps. A man answered the door. He looked to be in his late 60s and wore a suit. "May I help you?" "Hi, Mr. Norris. I'm Charley Davis. I'm here to appraise your antiques." The man frowned. "And I'm Thomas Ames, the butler." "Oh, right." Charley felt her cheeks heat, and she shrunk into her coat. "Please come in. I'll go get Mr. Norris." The butler opened the door for her, and she walked into the massive entryway, her suitcase wheels gliding across the smooth tile floor. "Have a seat," Thomas said, pointing to an antique settee. Charley obeyed, tugging at her socks. Maybe wearing candy cane-striped knee-high socks hadn't been the best choice for her first day on the job. She suddenly felt underdressed. The butler disappeared around the corner, and Charley waited, tapping her foot to the sound of Jingle Bell Rock that still played in her head. The house was quieter than she'd expected. She did hear the distant sound of pots and pans being washed in the kitchen. And then footsteps approached, and she stood when Mr. Norris came around the corner. The first thing she noticed was how distinguished the man looked, and handsome. He was tall and slender, but well-built. The suit he was wearing made him look like he belonged on the pages of GQ. His jet-black hair complemented his dark brown eyes. They were stunning. The second thing she noticed was the scowl on his face. His gaze traveled down her outfit before he glared. "Who are you? And what in the world are you wearing?" Oh no. This was not going well. She definitely shouldn't have worn the socks. But she could salvage this. She had to. She stuck out her hand. "Hello, Mr. Norris. I'm Charley. I'm excited to be here." "Wait." He held up a hand, leaving her hand outstretched and hanging. She stopped talking. "You're Charles Davis?" "Charley." He shook his head. "I contacted the world-renowned appraiser Gregory Davis last week. He told me he couldn't come out, but he was sending a man who could do the job, a Charles Davis." His gaze traveled down her once more. "You're obviously not the man he was talking about." This wasn't the first time Charley's name had given someone the wrong impression, but she had always managed to correct any misunderstandings in the past. Usually all that was needed was a brief explanation. She plastered on a smile. This happens sometimes. See, my name is Charley, and every once in a while people get the impression I'm a man, but as you can see, I'm not. But don't worry, I know my way around antiques. I can do the job." She clasped her hands in front of her and rocked forward on her toes. He narrowed his eyes. "You can do the... How old are you? You look like you barely graduated college." She didn't think it was possible, but his scowl deepened. Worse, he was right. She'd graduated this last fall. But even though she was in her early 20s, she knew almost as much as her father about antiques. Her throat tightened and she tried not to hyperventilate. She couldn't lose this job. She'd flown all the way from Florida. Her father was depending on her. "Yes," she blurted, "but I grew up in the business. My father is the most sought-after appraiser in the United States, and I assure you, You are not who I was led to believe. Please leave at once." Mr. Norris gave her a wave of his hand and turned, starting down the hallway, his footsteps crisp on the tile. Panic filled Charley. She couldn't fail, not on her first ever assignment. "Wait!" Her voice echoed through the large space, and Mr. Norris stopped short. He turned slowly back around. "What did you say to me?" She ignored the way his eyebrows rose up into his hair. He looked like he was going to start yelling any second. She swallowed, her desperation making her sweat. She pointed to the settee where she'd been seated. "This French provincial chairback settee is circa late 17th century, hand-carved out of mahogany, and I would value it at..." She peered at the bench a little closer. $3,900. There are a few condition issues, but the settee is becoming popular as of late, so the value is increasing. Hold on to it another 5 years, and it will probably be worth another $500. Mr. Norris stood there, his mouth opening and closing, but nothing coming out. This was her chance. She could feel it. She had to convince him all her travel time hadn't been in vain. "My father has taught me well. He sent me to value your property with every confidence I can do it." The man seemed to awake from his stupor. He shook his head. "There will be heavy lifting involved. You look... What are you, 5'4", 110 pounds?" Charley grew defensive, and she straightened her back. She was a bit sensitive about her height. "Come now, Mr. Norris, I can do the work, I promise you. Give me a chance, even on a trial run. Let me prove to you my value." He rubbed his temples as if he were getting a headache. A little black kitten rounded the corner and came skittering down the hallway. Mr. Norris smiled, and the transformation was astounding. He bent to pick the tiny thing up. "How did you get out of your room?" he asked, his voice gentle. He scratched the patch of white fur under the kitten's chin, and Charley could hear the loud purring. "Found her out back yesterday. I haven't had the time to take her to the shelter yet." He gave her a small smile, then turned away. "Thomas?" The butler appeared as if he had been waiting on the other side of the wall. "Yes." "Will you take her back to my office? I need to show this woman around." Charley almost couldn't hold in her excitement. Mr. Norris turned back to her, his deep scowl gone. "All right. You may stay and start the job. But if you can't handle it, you'll need to leave tomorrow morning." Elated, Charley clapped her hands together and bounced on her toes. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Norris. You won't regret this, I promise." Before she could think, she bounded over to him and kissed him on the cheek. The look of surprise on his face almost made her laugh, but she finally came to her senses and stepped back from him, feeling her cheeks redden. His frown fell back into place, and he once again looked her up and down. "I can assure you, I most certainly will," he said under his breath. "You may follow me, and I will show you to your room and get you started on the job." "Yes, sir." She decided she'd better temper her excitement for the time being. Maybe after she was alone, she could do a little victory dance. She grabbed her suitcase and wheeled it behind her as she followed him through the front hallway. He started up the grand staircase. Charley followed him, in awe of the home, but pinching her lips together. She would wear her boring socks tomorrow and act like a perfect lady. She would show him she could do this job without screwing up. He opened the first door they came to and ushered her inside. The bedroom looked like it belonged in a museum. Every piece of furniture was antique, and she mentally calculated the value in details as she rolled her suitcase onto the carpet. Very nice.
This will be your room for tonight.
She ignored the implication that she'd be leaving the next day and nodded. Thank you. She took off her coat and walked toward the closet.
No need to hang your coat. You'll be needing it.
Charley stopped short. I will?
It's rather cold in the garage.
She blinked at him. I'll be in the garage?
Yes, I explained everything to Gregory.
He once again rubbed his temples.
I see my time was wasted.
Nice. Her father hadn't mentioned anything about a garage. Hopefully the antiques had not been stored there for long. The extreme temperatures would not be good for them. Don't worry, she said, slipping on her coat. I'm ready to work. He sighed and walked out of her bedroom. She sprinted to catch up. She followed him through the house. When he stepped into the kitchen, a woman with short, dark hair turned to them. She looked to be in her 50s. She wore an apron, and Charley assumed she was the cook. Well, hello, she said, a smile spreading across her face.
Dorothy, this is Charley.
He emphasized her name like he'd been misled about it. Charley held in a frown. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing he was getting to her. Mr. Norris continued.
She will be staying the night.
Mr. Norris didn't even stop to allow them time to shake hands. He opened a door and disappeared. Charley tossed Dorothy a wan smile. Hello. Dorothy's nod seemed to hold an apology. Charley hurried to catch up to Mr. Norris. When she stepped into the garage, she sucked in a breath. The entire 3-car garage was filled with moving boxes piled high over her head. Some had water stains, and others were half open, revealing clothes or bric-a-brac. Mr. Norris stood in the one space that wasn't occupied.
You will go through these. Anything not of value is to be taken to charity. Anything of value is to be placed up for auction.
Charley stared at the mounds of sagging boxes and her heart sank. This was the job? Sorting through junk in a garage?
You will work in here today.
Charley stuck out her chin, determined to show this awful man she could succeed. And if my work is satisfactory? His gaze penetrated through her.
If you can do the work, then you will stay until the garage is empty. I will pay you $10,000.
Charley knew the job paid well, but she hadn't quite expected that well. She swallowed. All right, I'll get to work. He nodded and brushed off some imaginary dust from his dress pants.
I'll leave you to it then.
He turned and left her alone in the garage, the cold December air seeping in. Charley blew a strand of hair from her face. She'd better get started.
Chapter 2. Alexander sighed as he closed the door to the garage. What had he done? How could he have hired that woman? She was clearly insane. What was up with her kissing his cheek? She was entirely too perky. And who wore candy cane socks to what was essentially a job interview? Dorothy turned to him.
She's the expert you hired?
He gave her a grunt. Hardly. The expert sent his college-age daughter. I expect she'll be leaving in the morning.
Dorothy raised an eyebrow. Really? What if she knows what she's doing?
Then she'll leave when the job is done. Either way, the end result is the same, which is good because she looks like a nutcase."
Dorothy let out a laugh. "She looks happy. You're just not used to that." She snapped a towel at him.
He frowned at her. "Don't you start."
She sobered. "Maybe if you let some holiday cheer in, you'd smile every once in a while, too."
"Holiday cheer? I'm not wearing Christmas socks, if that's what you're implying."
Dorothy snorted and turned back to her pot on the stove. "Lunch will be ready in an hour. Should I invite the appraiser in to eat with you?"
"Why would you do that?"
She gave him a sour look. "You want her telling her father you made her eat in the garage? Isn't he some famous guy?"
Alexander squinted at her. Maybe she had a point. He didn't want to look like a tyrant. "All right. Invite her to lunch in the dining hall." He turned and stalked out of the kitchen.
Charley tugged on a box until it came off the stack, almost toppling over on her. She managed to get it to the cement floor without dropping it. She couldn't believe this was what she was doing, cleaning out some grumpy guy's garage. But she didn't want to argue with him after she'd basically had to grovel to get him to give her the job. So she was stuck going through boxes of stuff and making a pile for goodwill. Did her father know what this job entailed? The man had said he'd explained it. Why had her father sent her? This was demeaning. Yet he was going to pay her an insane amount of money for a 2-week job. She would shut up and do the work. It sounded like he didn't want any of the stuff anyway. It was all either going to auction or being given to the thrift store. All she had to do was search through the boxes for anything valuable. How hard could that be? She lifted the flaps and peered inside. Candles. Jar candles, tapered candles, and pillar candles. In the bottom she found 2 silver candlesticks. Not particularly old, but still worth some money. She pulled them out and stashed them in the box she'd started for the auction. The rest of the box went to the pile for charity. Charley rubbed her hands together. It was chilly. She hoped it didn't get too much colder. She didn't want to have to wear gloves. After sorting for an hour, Dorothy opened the door and stepped into the garage. "I have some lunch ready if you'd like to come inside and eat." Food sounded great to Charley, and she smiled. "I'd love to eat lunch, thank you." She followed the woman through the kitchen and into a dining hall. She slipped off her coat, and Dorothy took it from her. The long table had enough seating for 20 people. Charley saw 2 place settings and stopped short. "Are you eating with me?" Dorothy shook her head. "You will be dining with Alexander." "Mr. Norris?" Charley's voice squeaked. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Why?" Charley lowered her voice. "I think he hates me." Dorothy laughed and motioned to the seat. "He doesn't hate you. He's just had a rough time of it since the accident." "What accident?" Mr. Norris entered the room, his scowl so deep Charley could feel its presence.
"It's none of your business."
Dorothy left the room so quickly Charley almost yelled after her, "Traitor!" Instead, she pulled out her chair and took her seat. Mr. Norris sat at the head of the table. Charley shifted awkwardly in her chair. She spread her napkin on her lap and looked at Mr. Norris. "Do you know what Dorothy made for lunch?"
"She usually makes soup and sandwiches."
"Oh, lovely." Charley stared at the dark wood of the table. An early turn-of-the-century piece. Staring at the table was preferable to staring at Mr. Norris, who looked like he wanted to bolt from the room. Either that or rip her head off. Dorothy came back in with 2 bowls of soup on a tray. "I hope you like clam chowder." "Sounds delicious, and it will warm me right up. That garage is freezing." She rubbed her hands together to emphasize her words. Mr. Norris's gaze softened.
"Sorry."
"Oh, it's okay. I don't mind." Charley plastered on a smile. She didn't want him to think she was a complainer. "I'm happy to do the work." He seemed to study her for a moment before turning his attention to his soup. Dorothy brought in a plate of cucumber sandwiches. Charley picked one up and took a bite. After a few minutes of eating, neither one of them talking, Charley decided she needed to get to know him better so their time wouldn't be so awkward. "Do you live in this house all alone?" Mr. Norris glanced up at her. "Yep." He went back to his soup. "It's a beautiful home. I love the high arching windows. Has it been in your family for a long time?" He gave her a weird look. "Yes." Charley was hoping he would expand on that, but he went back to eating. She stirred her soup a moment before deciding she would have to be the one who kept the conversation going. "What kind of things do you like to do?" "Work." "No, I mean for fun. Do you have any hobbies?" He bristled at her question. "No." This wasn't working at all, but she couldn't stand the silence. "I have several hobbies. I'm a crafter. I love repurposing old furniture. Not the antique stuff, but the kind that isn't worth anything. I had this old dresser that I cut the top off and created this adorable bench. My best friend Maddie died when she saw it. She said it was the cutest thing she'd ever seen." Mr. Norris stared at her, not saying anything, so she continued. "And I love to crochet. I'm kind of a yarn addict. I love making blankets and hats. Oh, and I made a pair of socks once because I'm a sock addict as well. But they were way too large for me, so I gave them to my father. But he's not really a sock guy. Plus, they were orange and pink, which isn't his color scheme at all, but he did put them on, and my mother and I had a good laugh over it." He blinked at her, his expression hard to read. She gave him a smile, hoping to encourage him to speak, but he stayed silent. "I also love the ocean. Of course, you don't have the coast here, but it's beautiful here as well. And I can't wait to see it snow. Growing up in Florida, I haven't been around much snow. We took a spring vacation one year and went to a cabin in Minnesota, and there was still snow on the ground, even in April. I read the forecast, and it's supposed to snow sometime this evening, and I'm super excited about it. Do you like the snow, Mr. Norris?" He scowled and picked up his water glass. "No." "I can't wait to see this beautiful mountainside with everything covered in snow. It's going to be breathtaking, don't you think?" He flinched, as if her words caused him pain. Before she could ask about it, he smoothed out his features. "I think, Miss Davis, you should eat your soup before it gets as cold as the garage," he said, his voice low. "Oh, yes, of course." She ate the rest of her lunch in silence, wondering what his strange behavior had meant, or if it had meant anything at all. She returned to the garage after getting her coat from Dorothy. It was a red fleece peacoat, and she hoped it wouldn't get filthy from digging through the old boxes of junk. As she started in on another box, the door to the garage opened and Mr. Norris stepped in. He held a space heater. I thought this might be helpful to you." He leaned over and plugged it into the wall. "Oh my gosh, thank you so much." Charley bounced on her toes. "I was so chilled out here, but this heater will make it nice and toasty. This will be perfect." He stood back, his face impassive. "I expect you to load up the truck each day and take the items to charity before it gets dark. The roads get dangerous here at night." She had not expected it to be her job to take the junk to Goodwill, but she masked her surprise with a nod. "Okay, where's the truck?" "Just open the garage door. It's in the driveway. You can get the keys from Dorothy when you're ready to leave." "All right." With that, Mr. Norris went back inside the house, leaving her to her work. She sighed and continued to rummage through the mess of boxes. The silence began to bother her, so she brought out her phone and turned on some Christmas music. With only 9 more days until the holiday, she was missing the usual cheer. but soon the songs and the heater brought her the warmth she desired. The rest of the day was spent piling boxes into the truck bed, and by 5 o'clock, she knew she'd better drive into town so she wasn't out on the road after sunset. The last thing she wanted to do was give Mr. Grumpy another reason to frown at her. The trip took 15 minutes to get to Goodwill, and another 15 to unload the boxes. By the time she got back to the house, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and dusk had settled in. Mr. Norris came out of his house as she pulled up with the truck.
"I told you to be back before dark."
He threw his words at her like darts, and they stung. She was determined not to let his foul mood get her down. She smiled at him as she climbed down from the driver's seat. The truck sat quite a bit higher than she was used to. "It's not fully dark yet. Don't worry, I'm not only an accomplished appraiser, I'm also a very careful driver. I've only wrecked one truck." She winked at him, letting him know she was teasing. He took a step back from her, his shocked look quite amusing. She giggled. "I'm kidding. I have a perfect driving record. Don't look so nervous." She walked past him and into the house. Chapter 3. Alexander stood in the driveway, gaping at Charley. She was the most aggravating woman. He'd told her not to be out after dark. And what was that? Did she wink at him? He hadn't been able to respond. She had this way of disarming him that he couldn't understand. He let out a grunt and stalked into the house after her. The smell in the kitchen stopped him. Dorothy shooed him into the other room. "No sneaking any food. It's almost ready. Why don't you and Charley get situated at the table?" Since when did his help boss him around? His house was falling apart. Alexander scowled at her but did as she said, taking his seat at the head of the table. When Charley walked into the room, he motioned to her chair. "I guess Dorothy wants us seated." She grinned at him, and he noticed for the first time she had a dimple on her left cheek. "Great. I'm so hungry I could eat a house." "Don't you mean horse?" Charley wrinkled her nose. "I've never liked that saying. Who wants to eat a horse? They're smelly and have all that hair. What an unappealing thought." He couldn't figure out if she was crazy or if she was playing with him. "You'd rather eat a house?" She shrugged, her gaze dipping to the table. "It would have sounded lame had I said I was so hungry I could eat a hamburger." Alexander couldn't help it. He laughed, and the biggest smile appeared on Charley's face, along with the dimple again. "Oh my gosh, I wasn't sure you could laugh." Had he been in that foul of a mood since she arrived? He sobered. "Of course I can laugh." He didn't mean for it to sound so irritable, but he couldn't take back his words. But he did soften his voice when he spoke again. "I simply have lots of work to do, and I don't see a need for lollygagging." "Did you just say the word lollygagging?" Her laughter rang out, echoing through the house. "Why do you talk like an old man?" He gasped at her, but her giant smile erased his annoyance. Why was it hard for him to stay mad at this woman? He tried to keep a straight face, but he felt his lips twitch. "I was raised by my grandfather, and I was taught to speak proper English. And I'm often busy, so I don't have time to mess around." "What is it you do, if I may ask?" "I have a company I run from this house. I'm in software development." Alexander had never realized how boring his job sounded until this moment. Charley nodded as Dorothy came out of the kitchen carrying a tray with their food on it. As they ate, Charley chatted about how much she was looking forward to finding treasure in the boxes in the garage, and how excited she was for Christmas. She had an energy about her that he had never seen in a person. When she laughed, she did it with her whole being. It was like she couldn't wait to go out and experience life. Had he ever felt even a small part of that? He doubted it. When they were finished eating, Charley looked out the window and gasped.
It's snowing! Oh my gosh, come on! She tugged on his arm and he stood, unable to refuse her. Where are you going? Outside, of course. She pulled him toward the front of the house. Wait. He took her elbow. This way. He led her to a sliding glass door that opened to the back deck. She grinned at him, then walked outside without her coat. Look at this! She stared up at the large snowflakes coming silently down, her hands out as if to catch them. Isn't it magical? He made a conscious effort not to frown. He hated the snow, hated everything about winter. But she obviously was enchanted, so he didn't say anything. He stepped outside and slid the door shut, joining her on the deck. It's so quiet out here, she said, her voice almost reverent. I love how peaceful it is. You are so lucky to live in such a beautiful home. I love Florida, but there's constant street noise. Don't you love the quiet here? He hadn't thought about it, but maybe she had a point. It was nice. He nodded and shoved his hands in his pockets. I suppose. She pointed to the deck chairs in the corner. Do you come sit out here when the weather is nice? Not anymore. He used to enjoy the deck. He'd sit out here with his wife and they'd watch the birds. But that was a long time ago. He clenched his jaw. No. She peered out at the trees. What are you planning on doing for Christmas? Are you having any family over? I have no living family. She turned to him, her eyes wide. Oh, I'm so sorry. The last thing he wanted was her pity. Don't be. I'm fine here by myself. He slid his hands into his pockets. A sadness entered her eyes. She turned away. So, you're not going to go anywhere for Christmas? I prefer being alone. Oh. She was silent for a few moments before she rubbed her bare arms. Let's go inside. It's cold. She didn't move. Flakes of snow were starting to stick to her dark hair. In a minute. I want to watch the snow a little longer. He shrugged out of his suit jacket and placed it over her shoulders. She smiled up at him. Thanks, Mr. Norris. It's Alexander. He stepped back, surprised at his own words. Why had he said that? What was wrong with him? He didn't want her calling him by his first name, did he? She nodded, her smile widening. Thanks, Alexander. He frowned and took another step toward the door. You can stay out here as long as you'd like. He didn't wait for her to answer. He slipped inside the house and walked to his office, shaking his head. What was that all about? He was being stupid. Now she was going to be more informal with him. Not that she'd been particularly formal before, but now she was going to think he was encouraging her behavior, which was not the case. She was just the hired girl. She would do her job and then leave. It was stupid to think anything could transpire between them. Not that he was thinking of her that way. He opened his office door, and the black kitten scampered over to him, letting out a tiny cry. He bent and picked her up. She'd been half frozen when he'd found her behind the house. Luckily, she was old enough to eat food. He opened another can of cat food and set her on the floor with it. She attacked the meal like she hadn't been fed that morning. He chuckled and crossed the room to his desk. Don't eat it so fast. You'll get a stomachache. The kitten ignored him, and he sat down on his leather office chair. He woke his computer up and clicked to check his email. The screen blurred as his thoughts swirled around in his head. He was going to regret allowing the woman to stay on, he knew it. But there was nothing he could do now. It was like watching a train wreck. He was powerless to stop it. All he could do was watch it happen. Chapter 4. Charley loaded another box into the back of the truck.
This was box number 5 for the day, and nothing of value had been found. She was starting to wonder if there were any antiques in the garage at all. There certainly were a lot of clothes. Women's clothes. What a single man was doing with all those clothes was a mystery. Maybe they were his mother's things? That would make sense if he was dealing with her estate. But if that were the case, his mother dressed quite young. She dusted off her hands and walked back into the garage. The door rolled down, but the short time it had been open had dropped the temperature once again, and Charley blew heat on her fingers. Maybe she would go in the house to warm up for a minute before starting on the next box. As she opened the door to the kitchen, Dorothy waved her inside. "Come on in, hon. Do you need a break?" "Yes, I just need to get warm." Charley climbed onto a stool sitting by the counter. "I'll make you some hot cocoa if you'd like." Dorothy didn't wait for confirmation. She opened a cupboard and pulled out a saucepan. "That sounds delicious, thank you." As Dorothy worked, Charley shifted on the stool. She decided to ignore her own resolution and wore another one of her favorite pairs of socks. The left one was red, white, and green checkers. The right had matching colors in stripes. She wore a green pleated skirt so she could show them off. If Alexander didn't like them, too bad. A doorbell rang and Dorothy turned, patting her hair. She seemed flustered. "I'll go get that." She walked toward the mudroom that connected to the back of the kitchen. "I thought the butler got the door." Curious, Charley slid off the stool to follow Dorothy. "This is the service entrance bell. It's probably a package, and most packages that come are for me." The mudroom was 1/4 the size of the kitchen, with windows all along the back. Dorothy opened the door, and a man in a UPS uniform stood there holding a package from Amazon. He had a serious George Clooney look-alike thing going on, with salt and pepper hair. When he saw Dorothy, his smile widened, his laugh lines crinkling. "Good afternoon, Dorothy." "Hello, Paul." Dorothy smoothed the front of her apron. "How are you today?" Paul leaned against the door jamb. "Fine." He handed her the package. "You order another book?" Dorothy blushed. "You know I love to read." "What is it this time? Another Patterson novel?" "Dean Koontz." "Ah, the latest Jane Hawk, I suppose?" She laughed and fingered the package. "You know me too well." Charley rocked back on her toes. This was too cute to watch. All kinds of questions filled her head. Paul stood there, grinning for a moment longer, before Dorothy seemed to realize Charley was standing behind her. "Oh, Paul, this is Charley. She's an antique appraiser." Charley took a step forward and stuck her hand out. "A pleasure." He shook her hand. "Nice to meet you. Well, I best be going. I have a lot of packages to deliver. This time of year is a bear." "I bet." Dorothy grinned at him, then waved as he turned to leave. "Bye," she called. After Dorothy shut the door, Charley put her hands on her hips. "Oh my gosh, you like him." Dorothy shook her head as she walked back into the kitchen. "What? Don't be ridiculous." "Come on, you're blushing 10 shades of red." Charley held in a laugh. How cute was that? They were adorable, flirting with each other like that. Dorothy brought her hand up to her face. "I am?" "Spill it. Who is he?" "No one." Dorothy pulled the cocoa out of the cupboard. "He's just the delivery man." "Whom you have a crush on. Admit it. It's obvious he likes you." Dorothy jerked her head around. "Really?" "You mean you hadn't noticed? He is totally into you." Charley grinned. "And he's hot." Dorothy fanned her face. "He is, isn't he?" She laughed. "Oh, listen to me. I'm so silly." "Well, I don't think you're silly. I think he likes you." Dorothy waved away her comment. "Just you sit down. I'll get that hot chocolate for you." Charley sat back down on the bar stool and put her elbows on the counter. "How long have you worked here?" Dorothy paused, looking up at the ceiling. I was hired 20 years ago by Mr. Norris Sr. Alexander was just a boy. A boy? How old is he? The smile slid off Dorothy's face. Grief has a way of aging a person. She opened the fridge and pulled out the milk. Did his mother recently pass? Dorothy shot her a look. No, his wife. Oh. Charley sucked in a breath. That was worse than losing a parent. No wonder he didn't want to go through the boxes in the garage. How long ago? 2 years. She bit her lower lip. That explained why he was grumpy. He was still grieving his wife. And Charley was probably a reminder of this because of why she was here. To get rid of all his wife's things. Sympathy made her heart squeeze, but 2 years was a long time. He needed to get past it. Has he dated anyone since? Dorothy shook her head. No. He should. It would help him heal. A smile formed on Dorothy's face. You're right. She stirred the liquid in the saucepan, glancing back at Charley. What are you doing tonight? Charley choked on her spit. Me? What are you, crazy? Dorothy's gaze traveled over her. You're young and pretty. Why not you? First of all, he's too old for me. He's 30. Oh, is that it? I guess I was thinking he was older, but still, too old for me. I'm only 22. He's quite a bit older than me. Dorothy shook her head. Not so much older that it wouldn't work. But he's my employer. My father would kill me if I screwed up this job. An eye roll and a snort came from Dorothy. She poured the hot liquid into a mug. And besides, he's mean and grumpy. Who's mean and grumpy? Charley jumped at the sound of Alexander Norris behind her. Before she could think of something plausible to say, words started tumbling out of her mouth. My father's gardener. He's terrible. Alexander's eyebrows rose. It looked like he didn't believe her, so she just kept talking. Yep, he curses at the roses and talks down to the lilies. I don't even know why my father hired him. He's so rude. Alexander stared at her, his face a mask of stone. She slid off her stool. Well, I best be getting back to work. Don't forget your hot chocolate. Dorothy handed her a mug. Thanks. Dorothy turned to Alexander. Do you want a cup? He frowned. I don't drink chocolate. Charley was going to slink off into the garage, but sometimes her mouth ran away with itself. This was one of those times. Maybe you should. Maybe it would make you smile more. Before he could answer, she opened the door and walked out, her fingers shaking. How could she have talked to him like that? She was asking to be fired. But it had felt good to say that to him, and she hid a smile as she sipped her cocoa. The door to the garage opened and Mr. Norris stepped out. Crud. Here it was. He was going to fire her now. She set her mug down on a shelf she'd cleared off yesterday and clasped her hands together in front of her. Do you need anything, Mr. Norris? I mean, Alexander? It felt weird to call him that. His gaze traveled over the boxes remaining in the garage. He stayed silent for a moment, taking in the space she'd cleared out. Then he stepped back. Your work so far has been satisfactory. You may stay and finish. Charley knew she should shut up and let him leave, but she couldn't help it. Words came flying out of her mouth. Satisfactory? Really? I can't believe it. I've done satisfactory work. She clapped her hands together. I must go tell all my friends on social media. Alexander's lips twitched. You might want to tone down the sarcasm, Miss Davis. I could still let you go. Wait, I thought we were on a first-name basis here. Now I'm back to Miss Davis? Why was she still talking? Charley knew she should get back to work and ignore his condescending tone, but for some reason her mouth wasn't obeying her. He took several steps closer to her until he was standing just inches away.
I made a mistake yesterday.
She swallowed, suddenly aware of his broad shoulders and musky smell of his cologne. He towered over her, and it made her feel even shorter. A mistake hiring me? She said, her voice small. His lips twitched again, but they stilled so quickly she thought maybe she imagined it.
No, a mistake in telling you to call me Alexander.
Oh. She had to break eye contact because his gaze was so intense. The garage grew suddenly too hot. What should I call you? He leaned down closer to her until his mouth was next to her ear. Her heart pounded at his proximity.
I honestly don't care anymore. Just don't call me the gardener.
Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as he stalked toward the door. Before she could think of something to say, he was gone. Charley stood there, staring at the door handle, wondering why her breath seemed to be so shallow. Why had the simple conversation shaken her so much?
Chapter 5. Alexander sighed and slumped into his office chair, a headache beginning behind his forehead. He was tired and suddenly depressed. He pulled up a file on his computer and stared at the numbers. He needed to get this report to his accountant. He clicked on the keyboard, but his thoughts wandered. Since when did he become such a sour person? He had not thought of himself that way before, but overhearing Charley talk about it, he had to admit he had been quite rude over the past 2 days. When did his life turn into something so boring? He had known he was a workaholic, but he thought that just made him passionate about his business. Looking at it from someone else's perspective, it made him bitter and alone. He frowned, not liking that assessment. The kitten hopped up onto his desk and he picked her up, stroking her fur. "We need to find you a home," he said out loud. He didn't care if it made him look senile, talking to a cat. For some reason it soothed him. And maybe he could pretend that he wasn't turning into a crabby old man at the age of 30. The kitten licked the side of his hand, then curled up in his arms, purring. Now he couldn't type and finish his work. He sat back in his chair. Oh well, he could take a break. He scratched her fur behind her ears. His office door burst open and Charley ran in, almost stumbling on his rug but catching herself before she face-planted. "I'm so sorry to disturb you, sir, but I just couldn't wait to show you what I found." Her smile stretched wide, her dimple deep. She held a book in her hands. "This is truly a treasure. Look at the dust jacket. It's in fantastic shape. That almost never happens. Most of the time, the dust jackets are completely gone. When they're not, they're torn, but not this one. The book was printed in 1897, and some of the illustrations inside are hand-painted. Hand-painted! I estimate the value to be over $5,000. She gingerly held the bird-identifying encyclopedia out so he could see. He immediately recognized it, and his throat closed. Charley kept talking, but he was no longer listening. He was back in time, the day his wife had given him the book. It had been his birthday, and she was so excited to share with him what she'd found. The memory of the pure joy on her face made his stomach clench. His heart hammered in his chest, and he could barely swallow, looking at the familiar pages. "Silence!" he yelled. The kitten jumped from his arms and scampered across the room through the open door. He ignored it and turned to Charley, his emotions barely in check, his muscles shaking. "I told you to set aside anything of value for auction. I did not tell you to come inside and interrupt my work." His voice was low and menacing, and she flinched at his words. She stood there, blinking for a moment.
I'm sorry, she finally said, her voice a whisper. Guilt immediately surged in him, but the pain from seeing the encyclopedia overrode it, and he clenched his hands into fists. You will not disturb me again, is that clear? He hadn't meant to raise his voice again, but it echoed through the room. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she nodded. Yes. He could barely hear her. She turned and fled from the room, clutching the book to her chest. As she entered the hallway, he heard a sob escape her, and his guilt overpowered him. Why had he yelled at her like that? She didn't understand why something like that would upset him. She was young, had no understanding of a loss like he'd experienced. He sat back down in his chair, staring at the open door, feeling like the worst person in the world. He was truly horrible. She'd been so excited to find something of value in the piles of junk that she just wanted to share it with him. And what had he done? Acted like a tyrant. What had she called him? Mean and grumpy? That's exactly how he'd been. He took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to calm his shaking body. Sadie. Her face flashed through his mind, and he grew even more embarrassed at the way he'd reacted. Sadie would not have liked that. She was a gentle woman. If she were watching, she would be hiding her face in shame. Thomas entered his office, the tiny kitten in his hands. I found her climbing up the curtains in the music room. I suspected she got out. Alexander stood and crossed the room, taking the cat from Thomas. Thank you. Thomas turned and headed out of the room. He closed the door behind him. Alexander stroked the kitten as he walked to the window. How had his life become like this? How had he allowed himself to grow into such a terrible person? He hadn't always been this way. But even as the question sifted through his mind, he knew the answer. He had allowed his grief to overtake him. He was becoming what he hated most. He was his father. The thought took him aback, and he stepped away from the winter scene out the window. He was not like his father, cold and impersonal. He would not allow himself to become this way, even if it meant going and talking to Charley. He was not going to be his father. He set the kitten down by her water bowl and stalked across the room. There was no time like the present. He had to get it done. Better to do it before she hated him even more. He walked through the house, his footfalls sounding harsh to his ears. He softened his step as he approached the garage. Dorothy gave him a frown, but he didn't have time to take any guff from her, so he ignored her disapproving look and entered the garage. Charley started when he entered, then turned away from him, her eyes red. She quickly wiped at her face. His heart softened, and he crossed the room, stopping behind her. He suddenly felt self-conscious. What was he going to say to her? He couldn't explain. He didn't have it in him to talk about Sadie. He sighed. I need to apologize. She turned to him and shook her head. No need. You told me what to do. I was the one who broke the rules. Broke the rules? Heavens, that sounds awful. Was that how she saw him? A grumpy man who had rules she had to follow? She stared up at him, confusion entering her gaze. What? He shook his head and rubbed his forehead. When did I get to be that person? The one who has strict rules and whom no one crosses or they regret it. Charley didn't seem to know what to say to him. She stood there, staring at him. He reached down and took her hands in his. Her fingers were cold, and he rubbed them to warm them. I fear I've become something I never wanted to be. What did you call me? Mean and grumpy? Her cheeks reddened and her lips parted. No, it's all right. You're right. I'm terribly mean and unquestionably grumpy. And I don't want to be either one. She dropped her gaze. I was out of line. I never should have... Charley. She closed her mouth and threw him a questioning look. He squeezed her hand.
I came to apologize. Will you let me do it?
She glanced down at their hands. I suppose.
He worked his jaw, trying to find the right words. The ones that would make him feel better. That would maybe explain a little bit of what he was going through. My wife died 2 years ago.
I know, she said, her voice quiet.
The fact that she knew about his wife surprised him, but then again, he should have known Dorothy would tell her. He swallowed, more emotion surging in him at the thought of Sadie. It was terribly difficult for me. That book was something special she gave me. The memories were too raw. When I saw it, I didn't react well.
Charley nodded and bit her lip. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's still very hard for me to be reminded of her.
I should have thought about that.
No, you wouldn't have known.
He let her hands go. And I am going to try to be more civil. And I promise to do my job and not lose my head if I find something else I think is exciting. She pinched her lips together, and he stared at them.
Then he wondered why he was staring at her lips. What an odd thing to do. Okay, he finally said, stepping back. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Thank you.
Alexander cocked one eyebrow. What did she mean by that? For what?
For coming out here to talk to me? You didn't have to, and I'm sure it wasn't easy for you. But you sure made me feel better. I was afraid I had messed up for the last time and you were going to fire me.
He'd yelled at her, treated her like dirt, and she was afraid she'd messed up? Now he felt even worse. No, I'm not going to fire you. She smiled at him, and he realized she had a lovely face. He wasn't sure why he hadn't noticed before. Let me know if you need anything else, he added, before turning and walking out of the garage. As he walked to his study, he felt good about how the conversation went. He thought he'd smoothed things over with her quite nicely, and he didn't feel so much like a horrible person. Like the cold man his father had been before he'd left Alexander to be raised by his grandfather.
Chapter 6. Charley plopped down on the couch in front of the fireplace. Thomas had started a fire, and she loved the way it crackled and danced. The living room was cozy, the leather furniture comfortable. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed Heather. Her best friend answered on the first ring. Hello? Hev, how are you? I'm great. What's up? How's the job? Charley looked around the room. No one was around. She lowered her voice. It's interesting. I did not expect this. Why? What's going on? I'm cleaning out some guy's garage. Heather paused on the line. You're what? I thought you were there to appraise stuff. Yeah, not really. I'm here digging through boxes of junk and taking them to Goodwill. What's it pay? Charley leaned back against the couch. That's the thing. He's paying me $10,000. Heather whistled. Holy cow! Why don't I ever get jobs like that? I can totally take stuff to Goodwill. If you don't want the job. No, I'll take it, Charley said, laughing. I don't mind the work, and I can totally use $10,000. I've got to pay rent now. A scoffing noise came through the line. Yeah, don't remind me of the swanky new place you have. You live a charmed life, I swear. I never could have gotten an apartment like that for $900 a month. It is nice. What's the guy you're working for like? Is he mega rich? Charley fiddled with the top of her sock. Yeah, mega. Is he hot? She giggled, thinking of how she had almost fainted earlier when he was staring at her. Yeah, I'd say so. He's super tall, and he's got gorgeous black hair, and dang, he smells good. He's got these dark brown eyes that just penetrate through you, you know? I have to catch my breath every time I look at him. but don't get any ideas. He's much too old for me."
"How old do you think I am?"
Alexander's voice made her freeze. He would be standing right behind her. That was just like something that would happen to her. I gotta go, Hev." She clicked off the call and turned toward him, plastering on a smile and trying to ignore the heat creeping up her face. "I didn't know you were there." His lips did that twitching thing again.
"I know. I was eavesdropping. It's no fun to eavesdrop if the person knows you're there."
He walked around the couch and sat down next to her.
"So, how old do you think I am?"
He leaned his elbow on the armrest. He was still wearing his white dress shirt, but he had taken off his tie. The top button was undone, and she had to force herself to stop staring at the small part of his chest that she could see. Charley swallowed, her throat suddenly feeling funny. "Dorothy said you were 30.
"And that's too old for you?"
How was she supposed to answer that? Surely he wasn't asking because he wanted to date her. That was absurd. He didn't even like her. But as she stared at him, she could see a hint of a smile on his face. "Are you teasing me? Because I never thought you'd be the kind of person who would do that." He shook his head, and his expression sobered.
"Of course not. I don't tease."
"That's what I thought." So odd. Why did it feel so hot in the room now? She tucked her legs under her and hoped that her face wasn't bright red. She wondered exactly how much of the conversation he'd heard, but decided it was better to pretend it hadn't happened. She didn't really want to know if he had heard her talking about his eyes or his gorgeous hair. She would rather sink into the floor than think that he might have heard that part. It was best to change the subject. "I noticed something when I was on your deck last night." His eyebrows went up, and what she was quickly learning was his signature questioning gaze.
"Really?"
She curled her hair behind her ear. "I thought I saw a hot tub below the deck."
"You did."
"Does it work?"
"Yes, but it's drained and winterized."
There was something behind his statement, but she didn't ask about it. He seemed to withdraw from her. "Oh." She didn't mean to sound disappointed, but it came out that way. He studied her.
"Why? Did you want to use it?"
Another wave of heat rose to her face. Why did she even bring it up? "No, I mean, that's too weird to ask, right? Can I use your hot tub? That's like something you don't say to a guy you just met." He half smiled and shook his head.
"I don't care. You can fill it with water. I'll show you where I keep the chemicals."
Excitement filled Charley, pushing away her embarrassment. "Seriously? Because when we stayed at that cabin in Minnesota, there was a hot tub outside, and it was really awesome to sit in it and look up at the night sky. It was my favorite part of the vacation."
"All right, then. I'll help you get it ready."
"Tonight?" The look on his face told her she was pushing it. She pinched her lips together. Why was she always saying the wrong thing around him? He let out a breath.
"Sure. We can go out now."
Charley couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped up and bounced on her toes. "Oh my gosh, you're the best!" Before she could think, she leaned over and kissed his cheek, and then immediately regretted it as his scowl reappeared. "I'm sorry," she said, waving her hands. "I didn't mean that. Just pretend I didn't do that." The scowl faded.
"I don't know what to say to you half the time."
"Then don't say anything. Just show me how to get to the hot tub." She rubbed her hands together, too excited to care anymore how she looked to him. He stood, and she swore she saw a smile appear on his face before he turned from her.
"Come with me."
She followed him down a set of stairs to a room with a large screen TV taking up one wall. A glass door slid open to a walkout porch. The hot tub sat out beyond the upstairs deck, the moon shining on the blanket of snow covering it. "Will it take long to fill?"
20 minutes or so."
Alexander unclipped the cover and flipped one side up, the snow sliding off. Charley peered into the tub. Whoever had winterized it had cleaned it well. "Where's the hose?"
"Over there."
He motioned to a hose box nestled by the house. Charley crossed the porch and worked on pulling the hose out. It was frozen and didn't want to cooperate, but after a few minutes she had enough of it pulled out that it would reach the tub. She placed the nozzle in and went to turn on the water. Alexander rubbed his hands together.
"It's cold. Are you sure you want to fill this thing?"
"Yes." She turned the spigot and water splashed into the bottom of the tub. "Hot tubs in the winter are awesome. You mean you've never used this when it was cold outside?"
"Nope."
The look on his face told her he thought she was crazy. "Then you've got to try it. How long will it take to heat the water?"
"Normally it takes a day, but I'm not sure in the winter."
"I'll check on the temperature tomorrow and see." She looked into the tub and rubbed her arms, the chilly air finally getting to her. "Let's go inside while it fills the rest of the way." He nodded, following her through the glass door. She pointed to the big screen. "Do you like to watch movies?"
"Sometimes."
Man, he was so reserved. She silently took it as a challenge to get him to start talking. "What's your favorite movie?"
"I don't have one."
She made a face. "What? You don't have one? Come on. Everyone has a favorite movie." He shook his head.
"Nope, not me."
She walked over to his movie collection and started looking at the DVDs. Most of them were comedies. She squinted at him. "I never pegged you for a comedy lover." He turned away from her.
"I used to like them."
"But not anymore?" He worked his jaw.
"I don't have much time for movies anymore."
Charley couldn't stand the look on his face, the pain written across his brow. He had to stop thinking of his loss. He needed to move on with life. He was a walking corpse. She walked to him and took his hand. "Come on, let's watch one." He looked at her, an expression on his face she couldn't read.
"I don't know."
"Sure you do. It's just a movie. You're not busy, are you?" She looked around the room. "There's no reason you can't." For a moment she thought he would refuse, but a small smile appeared on his face, and he nodded.
"All right."
Charley grinned and squeezed his hand. "Great." She picked a movie, one that looked particularly silly, and started up the DVD player. When she went to sit, Alexander was already settled on the couch. She didn't want to be rude and sit across the room from him, so she sat next to him. The movie started up and Charley glanced up at him. "You comfortable?" He looked at her, and she faltered as she stared into his brown eyes.
"Yes,"
he said, his voice low. She tried to ignore the feelings coursing through her as she sat next to him, his body heat permeating through her. Why was her heart beating so loud? Could he hear it? She concentrated on making her breathing even. During a particularly funny spot in the show, he chuckled, and she grinned up at him. He sobered.
"What?"
"Nothing. I just like the way you laugh."
"What? I laugh differently than other people?"
"No, well, yes. I don't know." It was something she couldn't put into words. His chuckle came from deep in his chest. It made her want to cozy up to him for some reason. "I like it." He looked at her, and her breathing slowed. His eyes were so mesmerizing, it was hard not to stare into them. He leaned closer to her, and she could smell his cologne. It was intoxicating. He looked like he was going to speak, but he closed his mouth quickly and suddenly stood up. "What?"
"The hot tub. We should check on it."
"Oh, right." Charley paused the movie and followed him outside. Sure enough, the tub was full and water had begun to spill over the edge. She turned the water off as he got the tub going. When it was running and the chemicals were all put in, she clasped her hands. "I can't wait until it's ready to get in." He turned to her, a strange expression on his face. Then he placed the cover on the tub and walked back inside. She followed him, her legs now frozen. "Are you cold?" She nodded, rubbing her hands together. "Yeah." He opened a closet and pulled out a fleece blanket. "Here." He extended his hand and she took it from him, wrapping it around her. "Thanks." After they sat back down and she unpaused the movie, she was still cold. He turned to her. "Are you okay?" "Why?" He leaned closer. "You're trembling." "Sorry, still cold." He wrapped his arm around her. "Sheesh, you're right, you're freezing." She giggled and snuggled into him. "How are you so warm? We were both outside the same amount of time." He grinned at her. "I'm warm-blooded." "No fair," she whispered. They settled into silence as the movie played, and Charley finally grew warm enough to be comfortable. If she had stopped to think about it, she would have been embarrassed that she was snuggled into him, but she didn't allow herself to. She was too comfortable and didn't want to ruin it. The movie ended, and as the credits rolled, Charley pulled back and stretched. "That was good. Did you enjoy it?" At first, she didn't think he was going to answer. He just looked at her. But then a smile appeared on his face. "Yeah, that was fun." She considered it a victory and stood. "Good night, Alexander."
"Good night, Miss Davis."
She playfully whacked him on the arm. "Oh, come on. You can call me by my name, can't you? We're practically family now." He stood and took a step toward her. He was so tall, she was eye level with his chest and had to look up to see his expression, which was almost playful.
"Good night, Charley."
She swallowed, her throat feeling funny. "Good night," she whispered. She walked up to her room, her pulse racing. Why did she always get this way around him? He affected her like no one else had. She trembled as she dressed for bed, and it wasn't because of the cold. Good heavens, she was getting a crush on Alexander Norris. She shook her head as she climbed into bed. She could not fall for him. That was ridiculous. Not only was he too old for her, he was so grumpy. She didn't like mean people. She was never going to fall in love with a man like that. Chapter 7. Charley awoke the next morning with an excitement running through her she couldn't quite explain. As she started up her Christmas music and got to work in the garage, she felt like she was on the precipice of something new. But that was ridiculous because there was nothing new going on in her life. And that whole thing with Mr. Norris last night had just been her trying to loosen him up. It didn't mean anything. And she'd already determined he was not her type. So why was she feeling this way? She pulled a box off the top of a stack and opened the flaps. It was filled with tinsel and greenery and tiny white Christmas lights. She grew excited. 7 days until Christmas, and there wasn't a single decoration throughout the house. Wouldn't it look amazing if she wrapped this up the banister of the grand staircase? She could just imagine how it would look. Elegant and beautiful. But then the thought occurred to her that Alexander wouldn't think it was a good use of her time to decorate the house. Maybe she should ask him. She debated for a moment, but decided that they had turned a corner last night in their relationship. Surely he wouldn't yell at her for asking about the decorations, right? She left the garage and stepped into the kitchen. Dorothy turned to her. "A break already?" "No, I have a question for Alexander." "He's not here. He left a few minutes ago." She opened the refrigerator and took out a container. "Said he wouldn't be home for lunch. I guess he had an errand to run in town." Charley's spirits fell, and she sat down on the stool. "Oh." Dorothy put her hand on her hip. "Why? Do you need something?" "I just found some wonderful Christmas decorations in the garage. I thought it would be cool to put them up. I mean, it's a week away and there's no sign of Christmas anywhere around here. I thought maybe he was Jewish or something until I found the box." Dorothy's expression softened. "No, he's not Jewish." "Do you think he'd get upset if I put the decorations out? They look almost brand new. I would hate to get rid of them." "I don't know," Dorothy said carefully, grabbing a dish rag. "You don't know if he'd get upset?" "Oh, I know he'd get upset. But maybe it would be okay." Charley twisted on the stool. "What do you mean?" Dorothy wiped the counter. "I mean he is hiding from life, burying anything that reminds him of Sadie." Charley stilled. "That was his wife's name?" "Yes." "And Christmas decorations would remind him of her?" Dorothy nodded. "Yes, but he needs to move on with life. He can't run from it anymore. And I think you," she pointed at Charley, "could be the person who helps him do it." "Me? Come on, I told you yesterday, he's too old for me. And all those other reasons." Dorothy waved her hand. "No, I'm not talking about that. Although I still think you and he would make a cute couple. I mean, you could be the one who brings the Christmas out in him. You're fun and light-hearted." She pointed to the socks she wore, the Christmas lights in different colors snaking up them. "You know how to enjoy the spirit of the holiday. He needs that in his life. It's not like he didn't used to love Christmas. His grandfather would go all out with the decorations. As a child, he loved the holiday." Charley tossed Dorothy a raised eyebrow. "So you're telling me to go ahead and decorate, knowing he's going to come home and yell at me?" A laugh bubbled out of Dorothy, and she stopped wiping the counter to smile at Charley. "Someone has to volunteer as tribute?" "Oh man, you're so mean." Charley hopped off the stool. "But I get what you're saying. Plus, he yelled at me yesterday and then apologized, so I think he'll be less likely to blow up at me again." "Right? See, I knew I liked you." "Okay, I'm going to do it. And if things go terribly wrong, I'll just blame you." Charley tossed Dorothy one of her cheesy grins and stepped out into the garage. Dorothy's laughter echoed after her. She spent the next 2 hours going through boxes of decorations, hauling stuff into the house, putting up lights and tinsel. A beautiful crystal manger scene fit perfectly on the table in the entryway. She set up a pair of lighted snowmen in the yard. By the time she got done, the house looked amazing. Whoever had bought the decorations knew what they were doing. As she hung the last item, a large wreath, on the front door, she began to feel insecure. What if Alexander grew too angry with her? What if she pushed it too far and he fired her? She stepped back to look at the front of the house. It looked good. As snowflakes started to fall, Charley resolved to go back inside and take whatever Alexander would dish out. She wanted to open him up to the spirit of Christmas. Yes, life held pain. She knew the sting that death held. But she also knew he needed this to help him get over it and move on. She went back to the garage and started on another box. She'd cleared out almost 1/4 of the space already. The box she was keeping for auction only had a few things in it. She knew she was not here to appraise antiques. She was there to make Sadie's memory disappear. A quick knock came on the door, and Dorothy stuck her head in. "He's home. I see his car." "All right, I'm coming." Charley dropped what she was doing and rushed into the house. She'd thought a lot about how she was going to handle this, and had figured the best way was to act excited about what she'd done. The front door slammed, and his footsteps echoed loud across the tile flooring. Charley walked to meet him. When he came into view, she opened her arms wide and called out, "Surprise!" "What is the meaning of this?" Alexander's voice boomed through the space. He held out a piece of tinsel. Charley almost balked. His face looked furious, red creeping up his neck and his eyes stone cold. She had expected him to be angry, but not quite like this. But she couldn't back out now. She had to keep going with it. "Christmas is coming. It's only a week away. I thought—"
"No, you didn't think. You assumed."
His eyes flashed at her.
"You will take down these decorations at once."
"Alexander," Dorothy said, and Charley turned to see her standing behind her. "Please."
"No."
He threw the piece of tinsel to the floor, a vein in his neck bulging.
"This is not acceptable."
"But it's Christmas." Charley tried to stay strong, but inside she felt like crying. How could he yell at her again? Hadn't he realized how that made her feel?
"Not in this house."
He turned on his heel and stalked off toward his office. Charley blinked back the tears. No, she would not cry again. He had made her cry yesterday, and she was not going to give him that power again. Dorothy let out a breath. "I'm sorry, love. I was hoping— Well, let's take them down." And suddenly, Charley grew angry. She straightened her back and shook her head. "No, I'm not going to take them down." She wiped at her eyes and followed after Alexander. If he was going to act like an overgrown baby, she was going to let him know just what she thought of it. She walked into his office and he turned, obviously startled.
"What the—"
"You listen here," she said, walking up to him and poking him in the chest. "You do not have the right to talk to me that way." His eyes grew wide. "I wanted to do something nice for you. Something to help you get back into the spirit of Christmas. And I went through all this work for you, and you didn't even have the common decency to thank me. You are a mean person." She poked his chest again. He looked stunned, his mouth opening and closing, but nothing coming out, so she continued. "I know you are grieving. I understand that. I lost my twin sister when I was 12. Do you think it hurt? Do you think I wanted to crawl into a hole and die? Yes, I did." Her voice broke, but she pressed on. This was important for him to hear. "I wanted to go to sleep and never wake up. The pain hurt so bad I could barely look at myself in the mirror. But I knew I couldn't live the rest of my life like that. I had to go on with life." She blinked, the emotion of what she was saying almost overpowering her, and her throat closed. "I knew it's what she would have wanted," she whispered. Alexander's expression softened, and he exhaled. "Charley." It sounded like a caress.
"I didn't know."
She felt a tear travel down her cheek. It was difficult to talk about her sister. She hadn't realized she was going to bring that up until the words came flying out of her mouth. He reached up and cupped her cheek. "I'm sorry." "I know. You're sorry. I'm sorry too. Let's stop being so sorry and go live life. There's nothing for you here in this castle of pain you've built." He dropped his gaze, his eyes glossy.
"You're right."
"Let's celebrate Christmas. We can—" Her mind turned as she tried to think of things they could do. Make cookies and put up a tree. Go look at lights. Maybe sing some songs. He shook his head, but his lips betrayed a hint of a smile.
"I draw the line at singing."
"Fine, you don't have to sing. But let the holiday in. For me?" He nodded.
"For you."
The mood shifted, and Charley found herself staring up into his eyes. There was something in his gaze she couldn't quite put her finger on, an intensity that took her breath away. He leaned a little closer to her, and she wondered if he was feeling the same thing she was. Was his head spinning like hers? Why was he just staring at her like that? It looked like he was going to— No way. He wasn't going to kiss her, was he? That was a ridiculous notion. She took a step back, and the intense mood shifted. "Okay then, let's figure out when we're going to make cookies." He squinted at her.
Like, write it on the calendar?
She laughed. No, silly. But if you say we'll do it tomorrow, then I know to carve out time to do it.
All right.
He scratched his chin.
We'll make cookies tomorrow.
Great. In the evening, because I have to work all day. My boss is pretty strict. He chuckled.
Tomorrow evening.
She held in a smile. Okay, then. It's a date.
Chapter 8. The kitten meowed at the door again, and Alexander shoved away from his computer. Why do you want to go out? There's nothing out there for you. Your food is in here. Your litter box is in here. What's out there that you want? The cat looked up at him with yellow eyes and let out a tiny cry, her paw scratching at the door. He sighed and opened it. He was such a sucker. The kitten dashed out of the room and down the hallway. He followed her until she got to the kitchen. She ran over to a small bowl sitting in the corner and began lapping up the shallow milk. "Hey," he said. Dorothy turned from the stove. "Sorry, I had to bribe her to get off the refrigerator earlier, and now all she wants is more milk." "That's not good for her, you know." He frowned at Dorothy. "She loves it." He picked up the kitten and carried the bowl to the sink. "I Googled. Most cats can't digest it." Dorothy made a face and waved her hand. "She likes it." He turned on the faucet and rinsed the bowl. "Put kitten treats on your list when you go to the store." "I thought you were going to take her to the shelter." "I will." He had planned on doing it this afternoon, but his other errands took too long. And then the whole fiasco with Charley happened, and he wasn't in the mood to go out again. And now it was dark. Dorothy shot him a look. "Right." "I most certainly will. There's no way I'm going to keep her." Charley entered the kitchen. "Why not? You should totally keep her. She's adorable." "She keeps getting out of my study and getting into trouble." As if to punctuate his statement, the kitten wiggled out of his grasp and jumped to the floor. "Aw, come here, Millie." Charley bent down and the kitten ran to her. "Wait a minute. You named her?" A guilty look came over Charley's face. "Kind of." She cradled the kitten, petting her fur. "Millie's a great name for her," Dorothy said. Oh, this was not good. Naming the animal was the first step to new pet ownership. "No, it isn't. We aren't naming her because we're not keeping her." Charley lifted the kitten into the air and looked into her eyes. "Don't you listen to that man, Millie. He doesn't mean it. He's just being grumpy." "I am not." Unfortunately, his words came out extremely grumpy-sounding, and he softened his tone. "I'm just being realistic. I can't keep her." "Well, I'm keeping her then. I'll take her with me when I leave." Alexander hadn't expected that and didn't know what to say. Charley was going to take the kitten? He cleared his throat. "Well then, I guess it's settled." "Aw, you hear that, Millie? You get to be my pet." Charley gave the kitten a kiss and cuddled with it, which for some odd reason suddenly made Alexander jealous. He shoved aside the weird notion. Why was he jealous of a kitten? That was absurd. "Have you checked on the water?" he asked. Dorothy raised an eyebrow. "What water?" Charley set the kitten down. "We filled the hot tub last night, and I did check it, and it was up to 105. Sounds like the perfect temperature for some winter hot tubbing." "You two are going in the hot tub?" Dorothy asked, her eyes widening, her finger pointing between them. "Oh, no, that's all Charley's idea. She can have it to herself." Alexander didn't want Dorothy getting the wrong idea, and he wasn't going to get into a tub of water when it was freezing outside. Charley grinned and patted his arm. "Come on, you have to try it out. You said you'd never been in it during the winter." A smile tugged at Dorothy's lips as she watched the two of them. Alexander frowned and tugged on Charley's arm. "Let's discuss this in the other room." He pulled her into the dining room and then rounded on her. "What are you doing?"
She peered up at him, and he noticed for the first time how green her eyes were. "Nothing. I just thought you were going to make an effort to live life. Remember?" Guilt surged in him. He had promised her that because he was trying to smooth over his mistake of getting upset at her. He hadn't meant he was going to do every crazy thing she wanted. "Yes, but—" "And you need to loosen up." Charley grabbed his shoulders, moving them back and forth. "You're too uptight." Was he? He hadn't meant to be. "I'm just a hard worker." "Stop using work as an excuse. You are burying yourself in it. After dinner, come sit in the hot tub with me. If you don't like it, you don't have to stay in it." For some weird reason, he found himself wanting to make Charley happy. "All right," he said, regretting it even as the words came out of his mouth. What in the world was he doing? Acting like a schoolboy with a crush on the popular girl? Stupid. She bounced on her toes and grinned at him. Yay! He had to admit it. He did enjoy making her smile. Dorothy came out with the place settings for dinner. "You two had better be hungry. My roast isn't going to eat itself." Charley took the plates from her. "I'll set the table, and yes, I'm starved." As they ate, Alexander tried to think of a way to get out of what he'd promised her. After a moment, he thought of the perfect thing. "You probably didn't bring a swimsuit with you," he said as he stabbed a mini potato with his fork. Charley shook her head. "No, but when I took this last load to town, I went shopping and bought one. Clearance rack, too. Got it for only $10. "Oh." He pushed his beef around on his plate. "I haven't checked the weather. We'll want to make sure there's not a blizzard coming." She smiled. "I checked. Clear skies and no wind, which will be perfect." He hid a frown. Sounded like he was stuck. "Good." Charley laughed, her nose wrinkled. "You sound like you're going to the dentist." He chuckled. "I'm that transparent, huh?" She nodded, her dimple showing. "But I am proud of you for trying." Charley peered out the glass door, a towel wrapped around her, and her nerves suddenly getting the better of her. The porch had another dusting of snow, which they would have to walk over to get to the hot tub. How had she thought this was a good idea? Alexander walked up to her, and she glanced behind her. He wore his swim trunks, a towel slung around his shoulders. She tried not to stare at his bare chest, but couldn't help it. His suit had hidden his muscles well. How could he look that buff while not doing anything but sit on his computer all day? "Looks cold," he said, his lips curling up. Was he mocking her, or just teasing? She wasn't going to let him win. She was getting in that hot tub if it froze her to death. Yeah, well, the water in the hot tub will feel even better then. He raised one eyebrow. "You sure you want to do this?" She wasn't, but she nodded and plastered on a smile. "Yep, let's do it." "Okay." He slid open the door, and a blast of cold air hit her. No going back now. She stepped out on the porch, and the cold made her toes curl. Yikes! She ran as quickly as she could without falling on the ice and unclipped one side of the cover. Alexander had the other side undone in a second. She flung the top off and started up the steps, tossing her towel on a deck chair. The warm water felt amazing as she lowered herself into the tub. Alexander climbed in after her, the water rising so high it spilled over onto the deck. "Really? Why did it spill when I got in? Am I that fat?" Charley giggled, ducking her shoulders under the water to warm them. Him? Fat? She tried not to stare at his incredibly toned body. "No, you're definitely not fat." They settled into a comfortable silence. Charley peered up at the night sky surrounded by the trees. The moon cast a glow on the snow around them, lighting everything up. The warmth of the water covered her like a blanket. and she remembered why she loved the hot tub when they were in Minnesota. This is great. Alexander reached over and pushed a button, starting up the jets.
Okay, I admit, this isn't half bad.
Charley laughed. Yay, I win. He chuckled and shook his head.
No need to gloat about it.
No gloating going on, I promise you. She put her arms up on the sides of the tub. A branch of a nearby tree rustled, and a large bird took flight.
Look at that,
Alexander said, sitting up. The bird?
It's a great horned owl.
The owl soared through the night sky before it lit on a branch in another tree. Charley tried to see it in the tree, but it had blended in. Alexander pointed.
If I had my night binoculars out, we could get a better view.
You have night binoculars?
Yeah, I got them when I was cataloging the birds in the area.
Why were you cataloging the birds?
He shrugged. Just a hobby, I guess.
Things were starting to make sense to Charley. I see. You were a bird watcher. That's why you have that antique bird book.
I suppose.
I've never done any bird watching. What does a person need in order to do that? He shifted, looking slightly uncomfortable.
Not much. A pair of binoculars and something to use to identify them. There are some good apps you can download.
She took in his expression. That's cool. You really liked doing it, didn't you?
It was something Sadie and I did together.
Nice. She didn't mean to bring up his deceased wife. Not when she was trying to get him to live a little. Now what was she supposed to say to that? She laid her head back on the headrest. Oh.
It's okay. I've been thinking a lot about what you said earlier. How there's nothing for me in the castle of pain I've built. And you are right. I need to start living life again.
She looked over at him, her throat tight. He'd listened to what she'd said. She was so happy he had heard her, and knew it was time. I'm glad you want to. He reached out and took her hand in his. The warmth from his touch sent a tingle through her.
Thank you for forcing me to see how I've let myself build a wall between me and life.
Charley swallowed. He was an incredibly handsome man. And right now, sitting in the hot tub together, she realized she had put them in an intimate position. She hadn't meant to do that at all. She just wanted him to experience the fun of the tub at night. He was her employer. She couldn't let him get the wrong idea. She plastered on a smile and slowly pulled her hand away. You're welcome. I just thought you should loosen up a bit. That's all. He nodded, shifting back against his headrest, a reserved look on his face.
Yeah.
Charley closed her eyes and laid her head back again. The cool night air was crisp on her skin, but it felt wonderful mixed with the heat from the water and the rising steam from the tub. She didn't want to think about when she'd have to get out. The owl hooted, and she sat and listened to the sounds of the night. After a few minutes, Alexander stood.
I think I'll go in now.
Okay. She waited until he was inside before settling back and closing her eyes again. 10 minutes later, she snuck back into the house as well, sure that he'd now be in bed and wouldn't see her traipsing through the house in a towel. Chapter 9.
Alexander rubbed his forehead as he looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. What was wrong with him? How could he be developing a crush on the appraiser? How stupid was that? She was obviously not interested in him. He opened the cabinet and took out his razor. He needed to get a grip on himself before he did something stupid. He shaved and dressed as he always did, in his work clothes, even though he worked from home. He never wanted to get lax and take his responsibilities for granted. He was the one who made his business profitable. If he started getting lazy, he could lose it all.
He walked into his office and noticed Millie wasn't curled up in her normal position on his office chair. He looked around for her, but she wasn't there. Charley had probably taken her out to work with her in the garage. He tried to shrug it off, but a part of him grew annoyed. He'd been the one to rescue her. She'd been in his office since he'd brought her into the house. It's where her litter box was. After trying to work for a few minutes, he decided to go check on the kitten. He walked through the house and out into the garage. He found Charley sitting on a footstool, going through another box. The garage looked good. She'd actually gotten through more than he'd anticipated. She might be done early. The little black kitten was on the cement floor, running in a circle, chasing her tail. Charley giggled, then turned to him. "Good morning. Do you need something?" "No, I was just checking on the cat." "Oh, sorry. I just thought I'd bring her in here to keep me company. Since I'm taking her with me anyway, I figured I'd get her out of your way." Out of his way? Yes. Right. He scratched his chin. What could he say to that? He had made it perfectly clear he wasn't keeping the kitten. And it was fine if Charley wanted to take her. He had no say in it since he didn't want her. Smart. Charley looked up at him. "You are fine with me keeping her, right?" "Yes, of course." The kitten stopped playing with her tail and pounced up on a mound of boxes. She pawed at the flaps, trying to get inside. It was adorable. "I was just making sure she was with you." "Yep, she's helping me sort through the things." Charley pulled out an item wrapped in newspaper from the box she was working on. It was shaped like a vase. As she unwrapped the marbled glass, Alexander took a step back. "Well, I'll leave you to the work then." A doorbell rang, and Charley sprang up from her stool, setting the vase down into the box. "Oh my gosh, it's Paul." Alexander took a step back, confused. "Who?" "Paul! Come on, let's go!" "Wait, who's Paul?" Charley grabbed his arm and tugged him toward the door to the kitchen. "Come on, you'll see." She dragged him through the kitchen to the door to the mudroom, then stopped and put a finger to her lips. He could see Dorothy at the back door talking to a delivery man. "Why are we—" "Shh," Charley commanded, giving him a fierce look. "Listen." He leaned closer, listening. Dorothy was talking. "Yes, I love psychological thrillers." "You should read Girl Last Seen. I think you'd really like that one." "Good suggestion. I'll add that to my list." There was a bit of silence, and Alexander peered around the corner. Dorothy had her phone out and was swiping her finger across the screen. Paul stared at the phone. "You know something else you should add to your phone?" "What?" He took it from her. "My number." Charley's eyes widened, and she mouthed the words, "Oh my gosh." Dorothy giggled and put her hand up to her hair. "I'd love that." He winked and handed her phone back to her. "Call me sometime." Charley pulled on his arm, but he wanted to see what else happened, so he didn't move. Charley whacked him and yanked harder. "Come on," she whispered. He reluctantly followed her back to the garage. When she shut the door, she turned to him, a gigantic grin on her face. "Oh, my word. Can you believe that? He was so smooth, too. You know something else you should add to your phone? My goodness, he's such a flirt. And did you see how Dorothy acted? She's totally into him." Alexander wasn't sure what was going on, but Charley sure was having fun with it. "Who was that?" "Paul. Keep up." "Am I supposed to know who Paul is?" Charley pushed against his chest playfully. "Are you completely blind? He's the UPS guy." "Obviously." "Come on, you haven't noticed all the packages Dorothy gets? Or the way she runs to grab the door when Paul comes? It's like a soap opera." He chuckled and ducked his head. "What are you doing all day? Didn't I give you enough work out here?" Charley snorted. "I can't believe you've never noticed. But this is the first time I've seen him be so bold. They usually flirt like crazy, but wow, he was pretty suave. and I'm dying to know what happens next." Alexander shook his head.
"You're crazy."
"It's just so cute, you know? She orders a book almost every day. I know she likes to read, but it's more than that. She likes to talk to Paul."
"Really?"
"It's hilarious. They are so adorable together. I've been waiting for him to ask her out. This is the first step. I'm sure of it."
Charley looked like she was going to burst out of her funny socks. "You should plug in a television out here. You need some entertainment or something."
She threw her head back and laughed. "I have plenty of entertainment already." He shook his head and walked toward the door.
"All right, I should get back to work then."
"Okay, go for it. I'll keep Millie happy." He nodded.
"Sounds good."
As he walked back to his office, he had a strange sense of loss. Like he wanted to stay out in the garage longer. Weird. Maybe he was growing attached to the kitten, which in that case it was good Charley was taking her off his hands. He didn't need to get too attached to anything right now. He had work to do. Charley stabbed a carrot with her fork, hardly able to keep still in her chair. As soon as Dorothy left the room, she leaned closer to Alexander. "Do you think she'll call him tonight?" He scowled at her.
"Dear heavens, why don't you just ask her?"
"What a party pooper." She shot him a glare. "I can't. Then she'll know I spied on her."
"That's an easy fix."
Dorothy came in carrying a pitcher of water. Alexander turned to her.
"This afternoon, Charley and I—"
"Stop!" Charley reached over and slapped her hand over his mouth. What the devil was he doing? He was going to ruin everything. Dorothy's eyes widened and she stepped back. "What?" "Nothing." Charley hadn't expected him to blurt it out like that, and now she frantically tried to think of something to cover it up. "We just were talking, and—" She suddenly remembered they were supposed to bake. "We decided that we want to make Christmas cookies tonight. Right, Alexander?" He peered at her, and she realized she still held her hand over his mouth. She removed it quickly. He shot her a disapproving look before turning to Dorothy.
"She overheard you talking to Paul."
"Oh, for Pete's sake!" Charley huffed and tossed her napkin onto the table. "You don't know anything about stealth, do you?" Dorothy's cheeks reddened. "You overheard?" Charley had to smooth things over. She shook her head. "No, I mean, we happened to be in the kitchen when your delivery came." Dorothy narrowed her eyes. "You weren't in the kitchen." "Well, we were walking by." "You were both in the garage," Dorothy said.
"We were eavesdropping,"
Alexander said. Charley slapped the table. "Stop that!"
"What?"
He gave her an innocent look, which she wanted to slap off his face.
"We were."
The whole thing was getting out of hand. Charley blew a strand of hair from her face. "What I meant to say was, we overheard Paul giving you his number." Dorothy set the pitcher of water on the table. "That's none of your business." But the corners of her mouth lifted, and Charley couldn't help but notice the smile that lay just beneath the surface. "I think it's about time," Charley said. Dorothy took a step toward the kitchen. "Well, maybe it is." Then she left the room. Charley turned toward Alexander. "Ugh, what was that all about? Why would you spill the beans like that? You can't just tell her we were listening. You are so frustrating sometimes." He suppressed a grin, although she didn't think he was doing a good job of it. He lifted up his water glass and held it to his lips.
"I was just helping you out."
"You're infuriating." She huffed and folded her arms. "I can't believe you did that."
"Now you can come out and ask her if she's called him yet. That's what you really want to know, isn't it?"
Charley gave him a scowl, but she had to admit to herself that he was right. "Maybe."
"Then I did you a favor."
She swatted his arm. "Some favor." They spent the next few minutes eating in silence. When Alexander finished and pushed his plate away, Charley pointed to him. Meet me in the kitchen in 10 minutes. I'm not letting you get out of your cookie-making duties." He rolled his eyes, but she saw a smile in them.
"All right."
By the time he joined her in the kitchen, she had all the ingredients out and on the counter. "I called my mom and got her recipe. She makes the best sugar cookies I've ever tasted." Alexander slid onto a stool.
"Okay."
She placed the mixing bowl down in front of him, along with the assortment of measuring cups. "I'll read the ingredients and you can measure them out, okay?"
"Sure."
She picked up her phone and read the first line. 2 1/2 cups of flour.
"Which one is the 2 1/2 cup?"
He gave her a cheesy grin and Charley laughed. "Funny." She set the bag of flour in front of him. "You're a real hoot." He measured out the flour, baking soda, and baking powder and stirred them together. Charley peered into the bowl. "Nice job."
"What, you expected me to mess up the dry ingredients?"
"No." She scoffed. She dipped a finger into the flour mixture and patted it on his nose. His mouth popped open in surprise. The white powder on his nose, combined with his wide eyes and codfish mouth, made her giggle.
"What did you do that for?"
He wiped at his nose. "Because you need a little fun in your life."
"I have plenty of fun in my life."
She swiped her finger in the bowl again and this time put some flour on his cheek. He went to grab her wrist, but she jumped back, laughing. "There, now you look like you've been baking." He reached into the bag of flour and came out with a handful.
"You're asking for it."
She backed up, laughing. "So not fair." He tossed the white powder, getting a dusting on her hair and covering her shirt. She screeched and ran toward him, but he must have anticipated her move because he hopped off the stool and ran around the kitchen island. "You're so dead," she said, laughing and dusting herself off.
"Not unless you can catch me."
She grabbed a handful of flour and flung it at him. The cloud of white hit him in the face and he sputtered, his face looking like he'd taken a nosedive in the bowl. She laughed. He scrubbed a hand down his face and then ran at her. She turned to run, but he caught her around the middle and turned her back around.
"Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting away with this."
He backed her up against the wall, and he put his hands on either side of her so she was trapped. She looked at him and couldn't help the giggle that escaped. He looked like a grandpa, his hair white. Even his eyelashes had a dusting of white on them. She tried to duck away from him, but he moved his hand and she couldn't squeeze past him. "You look amazing. Let me just get my camera."
"Never,"
he said, his voice low in her ear. He chuckled as she tried to find a way out of his trap.
"I'm not letting you go."
She smiled, and he reached up and touched her cheek.
"You have flour in your dimple."
She stopped trying to get out and looked into his eyes. He really did have the most amazing brown eyes she'd ever seen. They were captivating, and as she stared into them, she wondered if he could feel the change in mood. The air around them grew charged, and she became aware of his body so close to hers. His strong arms beside her, his head dipped low. She looked at his lips. They were so close to hers. What would he do if she kissed him? Wait, where had that thought come from? Since when did she want to kiss Mr. Norris? He was her employer, and he was still mourning the death of his wife. What was wrong with her? The moment stretched as he stared at her. Then he suddenly took a step back from her. He reached out and brushed some flour from her hair.
"You've still got some."
"Yeah, so do you." She tried to hide a smile, but it didn't work and she ended up letting out a giggle. "I guess we got carried away."
"I guess so."
She grabbed the hand towel and dusted him off. "There. You look almost decent. Except your suit pants. Sorry if they're dry clean only." He shrugged.
"No big deal. I should change into something more casual anyway."
She bit her lip, trying not to laugh at him again. He still had flour on his eyelashes. "Yeah." He left her alone in the kitchen. She started creaming the butter and sugar. By the time he came back in, the dough was done. She took one look at him and almost swallowed her tongue. He wore a red sweater and jeans, and she had never seen him look so good. Some women thought men in suits were handsome. This look was 10 times better on him. "Wow," she said, unable to stop herself.
"What?"
Her cheeks heated. What was she going to say now? She should glue her lips together when she was around him. "Nothing. Just never thought I'd see you in jeans."
"You saw me in a swimsuit yesterday."
"Yeah." She didn't need that mental image coming into her head now either. She lifted half the dough out of the bowl and plopped it onto a sheet of waxed paper. "We have to let the dough chill before rolling it out and cutting out the shapes."
"Oh, all right. How long will that take?"
2 hours. He nodded and shifted his weight. Why was he uncomfortable? Was he feeling some of the same things she was?
"Okay,"
he said. She looked at him, suddenly nervous for some strange reason. "When we make cookies at home, we always go out looking at Christmas lights around the town while the dough chills." She fiddled with the waxed paper. "You wouldn't want to—" He drew in a breath.
"Sure. We can go drive around."
He didn't look like he loved that suggestion, but she hoped after they got into town he'd like it. Looking at Christmas lights was always one of her favorite things to do during the holiday season. It made everything more festive. "I'll just put this in the fridge then, and we can go." She finished taking care of the dough and washed her hands, a new sort of feeling developing in her belly. Why was she excited to go look at Christmas lights with him? It's not like she hadn't spent the evening with him already. But for some reason, the anticipation grew in her. She shook her head and grabbed her coat. She shouldn't be so silly. Chapter 10. Alexander opened the car door for Charley, and she slid into the passenger seat. He wasn't sure what had changed between them, but the feeling in the air was different. She was different. But how, he couldn't quite tell. He climbed in behind the wheel and started the engine.
"Do you know where you'd like to go?"
"Nope, I have no clue. What do you think?"
He shook his head. "I don't know. I don't usually go out driving after dark. I have no idea where the good displays are."
"Then let's head into town and see if we find something." He put the car into reverse.
"Okay."
After he got out on the highway, Charley shifted in her seat, leaning on the armrest of the door. "Why don't you like driving after dark?"
He swallowed. He didn't like to talk about it, but if he didn't say why, Charley might think he was odd. He stared out of the windshield. "Sadie died in a car accident. It was dark out, and she hit a patch of black ice."
"I'm sorry." Charley placed her hand on his arm. "I understand. That had to be terrible." He was glad she understood because he couldn't really say much more. His throat swelled shut and emotions surged in him. He pointed at a cluster of trees as he drove down the winding road. "It actually happened there," he said, his words coming out softly. Charley sucked in her breath. "Oh no."
It was snowing and the roads were dangerous.
He pushed away the memories as his stomach tightened. He didn't need to be thinking about the accident. He was trying to get over the past, not dredge it back up again.
"But let's talk about something else."
"Okay," Charley said, her voice carrying a hint of false cheer. "What is your favorite Christmas tradition?"
"Maybe something else?
Else? That's not even correct grammar. I expected more from you, Mr. Norris. What with you speaking so formally all the time." He shot her a withering look, but she was sure there was a hint of smile on his lips.
"Fine, let's talk of summertime."
She laughed. "I can't. Not when there are only 6 more days until Christmas."
Why is Christmas so important to you?
He didn't mean for it to come out so grumpy sounding. She turned to him, her eyes sparkling. It's such a magical time. Everything is nicer around Christmas. Haven't you noticed? He shook his head.
No.
Well, that's because you barely leave your house. If you were around people more, you'd notice. There's kindness in the air. People do nice things for each other. Charities help those in need more, and everyone is out buying gifts and trying to find things that will make their loved ones happy. He gripped his steering wheel, the thought of family giving him indigestion.
Maybe that's my problem, he said quietly. I have no loved ones to make happy.
Charley frowned. Sure you do. You have Thomas and Dorothy. He let out a mirthless chuckle.
They're not family.
They care about you, I'm sure, Charley said. Do you exchange presents with them? He snorted.
No.
She stayed silent for a moment, staring out the window. Then she put her hand on his leg. Then we need to remedy that. Let's go shopping. We can find something nice for Thomas and Dorothy. He cocked his head to the side.
I don't know. That seems weird, doesn't it? Giving gifts to the staff?
Nonsense. I gave a gift to my dentist last year. Alexander laughed.
Your dentist?
Yes. I had an appointment on the 23rd. It only seemed right to give him a little something.
What did you give him?
She paused. What I gave him isn't the point.
I know, but I need to know what you gave him if I'm going to think of something to give Dorothy and Thomas.
She pulled up her socks. Today she wore black socks with colorful packages on them. He thought he'd seen them all, but every day she wore a new pair. Just something little. Now he was insanely curious.
Tell me, I want to know.
She exhaled. All right. It was a tiny stocking with candy in it. He looked at me like I was insane, giving candy to a dentist, and I grew quite embarrassed over it. But like I said, what I gave him wasn't the point. It was the thought that counted. Alexander laughed.
You gave your dentist candy?
Go ahead, make fun of me. She said it like she was upset, but she then smiled and gave herself away. It was stupid, huh? He sobered.
No, it was thoughtful. He had never met a girl like Charley before. She would do something like give a gift to her dentist just because it was almost Christmas. He wished he was more like that.
Well, thanks. She stared down at her hands.
Okay, let's go Christmas shopping.
Maybe if Charley helped him, he could find something both of his staffers would like. Yay! She clapped her hands together, her dimple showing as she smiled. I know just the place to go, too. He grew suspicious and glanced at her.
Where?
The mall. He inwardly groaned, but he couldn't back out now. He was stuck.
All right, I'll drive to the mall.
When they got there, he parked and then opened her door for her. Charley took his hand and he helped her out of the car. She bounced on her toes. Let's go. I know where we need to start. She wrapped her hands around his arm and started toward the door. The front of the mall had a large wreath on the front, a red bow stuck to it. As he opened the door, he knew this had been a bad idea. Christmas music blared from the speakers, and a huge display with Santa Claus and his elves sat in the middle of the walkway. One of the elves approached him. She had a pointy hat and shoes that curled up at the toes. Do you two lovebirds want a picture with Santa? We're having a special today, 20% off. They're very popular with the couples this year. He frowned.
No.
Charley tugged on his arm. Come on, let's get a picture. I'll buy it. She grinned at him.
You still have flour in your hair.
She giggled and swiped at her hair. So what? We'll remember this day. Come on. She dragged him over to the line. He didn't want to argue with her, so he shut his mouth and went with her. As he waited behind a mother carrying a small child who looked like he was about to bust up crying, he leaned closer to him and said, I know how you feel, kid. The child just stared at him, his eyes wide. Charley laughed and hugged his arm. "You're terrible. This isn't so bad. Don't be so grumpy." He hated it when she called him grumpy, so he forced a smile. "How's this?" She swatted him on the shoulder. "Don't do that. You look like an evil clown when you smile like that." He let out a sinister-sounding laugh and grabbed her side. She let out a squeal and jumped. "You're terrible," she said, shoving him. The kid continued to stare at him until an elf took him away from his mother to sit on Santa's lap. Then he took one look at Santa and let out a wail. The elves ran around trying to make him smile, holding up toys and candy canes. "Look at the camera," the elf wearing large ears said. Finally, they got a good shot and shuffled the child back to his mother. "Next." A girl elf ushered them down the candy path to Santa's workshop. Alexander stood there, feeling like an idiot. "I'm not sitting on his lap," he whispered to Charley. "Come on, don't be a sour pants." Charley turned to Santa and pulled Alexander toward him. "This is Alexander. He's a bit shy today. If you promise him a candy cane, he might perk up and be a good boy." "Ho, ho, ho, don't be shy. Sit right here on my knee and we'll take the picture." "No offense, but I'm not sitting on your lap." Santa just sat there, smiling at him. Charley gave him a shove. "Oh, come on. It will look nice for the picture. You can do it." "No." He folded his arms across his chest. "Please." Charley batted her eyes at him. "There's a line forming. Let's just get it done." He stared at the line of people waiting. He wasn't going to get out of this, was he? Alexander sent Charley a glare before sitting on Santa's knee. Charley stood on the other side of Santa, grinning. "Look over here," Big Ears said, pointing to the camera in the belly of a cardboard snowman. "Smile." He forced a smile and the camera clicked. Then an elf shuffled them off to where they could pay. He nudged Charley in the ribs. "Thanks for that." "What?" She looked up at him with innocent eyes. "That was fun." "You totally did that so I would have to sit on Santa's lap, didn't you?" A giggle bubbled out of her. "Okay, maybe a little." They handed them the picture and Charley bought a frame to put it in. "This is going to go on my dresser." "Well, at least it won't be where people can see it." "Oh, you're right. Maybe I should put it on the mantel." She gave him a sly grin. He just rolled his eyes at her. "Whatever." She slid the photo into the frame, then put it in the sack they gave her. "Let's go find some Christmas presents." She took his hand and pulled him away from the Santa display. Her hand felt warm in his, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of disappointment when she let go a second later. Which was preposterous because he was not dating her. She didn't think of him like that at all. Stupid. She dragged him around the shops and they looked at lotions and perfumes, but he didn't think any of them sounded like something Dorothy would like. But when they came to the bookstore, he grinned. "She loves books." Charley nodded. "Yep. Let's go get one she can talk to Paul about." They chose one Charley was sure Dorothy didn't have yet and paid at the register. Then she turned to him. "What do you want to get for Thomas?" "I don't know." "What kinds of things does he like?" He shrugged. "I've never asked him." Charley gave him a frown. "Really? How long has he worked for you?" Alexander was embarrassed to admit it. 20 years. Charley gaped at him. 20 years? Surely there's something you know about him. He rubbed his temple. "Well, he does like baseball. He's always watching it on the weekends. It's his favorite sport." She grinned. "Perfect. I have the best idea." She tugged him out into the mall again, and they walked to the other side where she stopped at a little shop with stamps, coins, and baseball cards in the window. "Here." "Great idea, but I don't know who his favorite players are." "Let's just go in and look around. Maybe something will jump out at you." He walked with her through the shop, not seeing anything until they came to a display with a Colorado Rockies jersey. He pointed to it. "This."
I think he'd love this."
"All right then, let's get it." Charley picked up the jersey and they took it to the register. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" He smiled at her.
"No, you're right. It was fun looking for gifts."
"Great. Let's go drive around and look at the lights, and then we'll finish up the cookies." He nodded, feeling an excitement for the holiday that he hadn't felt in a while. Since when did he get to be such a stick in the mud? He'd celebrated Christmas with Sadie. Why had they never bought gifts for Dorothy or Thomas? He couldn't wait to see how they liked them. Chapter 11. Charley pointed to a side street. "Oh, go down there! I see some lights." Alexander took the turn, maybe a little faster than she would have, but he slowed as they came to the house with the large display. 2 tall pine trees stood on either side of the house, wrapped in blinking lights. Strings marked the angles of the house and followed down the pathway to the street. Figures decorated in lights were sprinkled throughout the front yard, all blinking as if to some unknown beat. Then she saw the sign. "Turn the radio on to 101.5. The lights are blinking to the music."
"What? Seriously?"
"Yes, turn it on." He did, and Mannheim Steamroller played Carol of the Bells, the lights blinking to the rhythm.
"Cool."
They stayed in front of the house for a few minutes, even after another song came on. Charley leaned a bit closer to him. "What's your favorite kind of music?" He seemed to snap out of a daze.
"What?"
Do you listen to country or what?"
"I don't know. I don't listen to music much."
She couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding?"
"No."
"Why not? Music is wonderful."
"Why? Do you play an instrument?"
He twisted so he was facing her. "No, I play the radio, and I always have some kind of music going. It makes the workday go faster, helps me keep an upbeat attitude. I can't believe you don't like music." She tapped her foot to the beat of the Christmas song on the radio.
"It's not that I don't like music. I guess I've just gotten used to having the house quiet."
He frowned.
"Maybe you're right, though. Maybe I should install a music system."
She laughed. "You don't have to install anything. Just download a music app. There are a ton of them. Then your phone can play music. And if you really want, you can get some Bluetooth speakers." He nodded as he pulled out onto the street.
"Good idea."
"After we finish the cookies, I'll download a music app for you, and you can show me what kinds of music you like. I'll help you create a playlist."
"Deal."
They drove around for another few minutes. Some of the houses were amazing to look at. Alexander pointed to one house in particular that had an elaborate display.
"When do they have time to do all that?"
"I have no idea. It would take me weeks. They must have a zillion kids who can help them." He smiled at her.
"They must."
Then his smile faded. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he kept quiet. Finally, she asked, "What?"
"Can I ask you something?"
The way he said it made her think it was going to be something serious. "Okay," she said a bit tentatively.
"How did your sister die?"
Oh, she hadn't expected that. She stared out of the windshield at the Christmas lights. It was difficult for her to talk about, even now, 10 years later. She sucked in a breath, steeling herself for the painful memories. She was a victim of suicide.
"Crap. Charley, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked."
He looked pained, and she felt sorry for him. She touched his hand. "No, it's okay. I don't really talk about it much because it's so painful, but I don't mind you asking about it." He exhaled and ran a hand through his hair.
"I didn't mean to bring up those memories for you."
Charley swallowed down her rising emotions. Her father had always told her she needed to talk about it. He even had her see a psychiatrist for a while, but she finally refused to go. She didn't want to relive the memories. But for some reason, she wanted to tell Alexander about it. She rubbed her thumb on her fingers. It was October. The leaves were all orange and falling from the trees. I remember the crunching sound they made as I walked home from school. It's funny how we remember such details, isn't it? His gaze softened. Yes, he said quietly. My sister was homesick from school that day. She'd been acting funny, but I didn't think anything of it. We were close, of course. I told myself that she would have told me that she was dealing with something. I didn't know about the kids at school who were picking on her. She was not in my class. They separated us because the teachers had a hard time telling us apart. Alexander put his other hand on top of hers. It was a small gesture, but she knew it was his way of showing support. She continued. I was the one who found her. She'd gotten into the medicine cabinet. She'd taken a bottle of pills. There was a note on my dresser. She couldn't find it in her to go on. The kids at school and the pain she was going through, she had never told me how much she hated herself. I thought she told me everything, but... The memories strangled Charley and she stopped talking, taking a second to concentrate on breathing. She didn't realize she was crying until Alexander cupped her cheek and wiped at the tears. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. That's what everyone said. They were sorry it had happened, but you know what? No one did anything about it. Those kids at school just started picking on another kid. The teachers didn't stop it. No one did anything. Maybe they didn't know what to do. Charley nodded. I guess. I certainly didn't. Like I had told you, I wanted to curl up and die. And part of me did die that day. I spent the rest of that school year walking around like a zombie. I barely ate, I couldn't sleep. I just missed her so much. It physically hurt. Yes, I understand. She looked into his eyes. He did understand. She could see that. He'd gone through the same torment. She snuggled into his chest, and he pressed his lips to the top of her head. It took a while for me to realize what I was doing to myself. Then, finally, I pulled my head out of my grief and decided I was going to be happy. No one else could make me happy. They'd tried for over a year. It didn't work. If I was going to be happy, I was going to have to do it myself. You were a very wise young woman. Not really. I just got tired of crying, tired of feeling like I wanted to die all the time. I knew my sister wouldn't want that for me. So I pulled myself up and made myself get better. And now you wear funky socks. She smiled and pulled back so she could look at him. Of course. They make me happy. He grew serious. What else makes you happy, Charley? She was surprised at the intensity of his gaze. Her heart stuttered in her chest. What did he mean by that? She wasn't sure, so she said the only thing that popped into her head. Antiques, she said, her voice coming out too breathy. She sounded like an idiot. He didn't respond, but a hint of a smile played on his lips. He continued to stare at her until she was sure she was going to spontaneously combust from the heat of his gaze. Something was happening between them, and she had no power over it. She could only look at his mesmerizing brown eyes, which seemed to be hypnotizing her. She felt herself get pulled toward him. She couldn't stop it. She was going to kiss him. And then their lips met, and she couldn't believe she'd been the one to close the gap. What was she doing? She knew she should pull back, but the amazing feeling of his soft lips on hers kept her there. He wrapped a hand around her head, his fingers threading through her hair, the kiss growing deeper. She had never felt anything like this before. Her heart raced so fast she was sure it would pound out of her chest. Alexander pulled her closer, and she knew she was going to faint or float out of the car. Was this what it felt like to experience bliss? When people said fireworks went off when they kissed, was this what they meant? The electricity flowing through her made her feel alive, and she placed a hand on his chest. She never wanted the kiss to end. But then, Alexander pulled back, and she knew immediately the kiss had been a mistake. There was only one way to describe the look on his face. He sat back in his seat and wiped a hand down his face. It looked like he was going to apologize, or worse, start giving her a lecture. She panicked. I didn't mean that. I mean, can we just pretend that didn't happen? I wasn't supposed to do that. I was just caught up in the moment. I was sharing really personal things, and then you looked at me, and then I was a bit caught off guard. Then, well, you know what happened then. But I think it's best if we just take it back. Forget it happened. She stopped talking and took a peek at his face. He blinked at her. Okay. Relief flooded over her, and she let out a breath she wasn't aware she held. Yes, it never happened. That's good. He didn't say anything, just stared out the window at the lights. Well, I think the dough is probably chilled enough now, so we can go back to your house and roll it out. Dorothy gave me some cookie cutters. I think the Christmas tree is my favorite one, but you can use whichever shapes you'd like, and I can whip up some frosting while you roll it out and cut the shapes. Then we can... Charley? She dared to look at him again. Yeah?
It's okay. I know how to make sugar cookies.
Oh, right. She pressed her lips together as heat crept up her neck. What was she doing? She was just making out with her boss, like completely locking lips with him. If her father knew, he'd have a fit. He'd probably force her to come home right away. She was staying at his house, for heaven's sake. She stared out of the window as the streetlights passed by. She was in such big trouble. How could she have let herself kiss Mr. Norris? He was 30, 8 years older than she was. He was way too old for her. She couldn't lose her head like that again. It was totally inappropriate. Neither of them spoke until he pulled up close to the house.
Go ahead and get the dough ready. I'll take these presents inside and join you in a second.
Okay, Mr. Norris. He shot her a look, kind of like the equivalent to saying,
Oh, now we're back to this, are we?
Without actually saying the words. It hit its mark. She felt terrible. Why had she said that? It was now painfully obvious she was trying to cover up her mistake. That was stupid. She rushed into the kitchen. Dorothy was getting a glass of milk when she entered. How was the drive? Charley plastered on a smile. It was fine. She took out the flour and spread a dusting of it on the counter. Dorothy squinted at her.
What happened?
What do you mean, what happened? We went shopping, then we looked at lights. No, something happened.
You're blushing. What's going on?
Dorothy took a step toward her. Tell all. Charley felt her face turn into a flaming red ball. Nothing. I mean, it wasn't anything important. She put the flour down. Dorothy sucked in her breath. You kissed him. Charley whirled around. What? How did you know? I didn't say a word. How in the world did you pick that out of thin air? Now, you have to tell me, she said, lowering her voice and leaning in closer. How did it happen? There was nothing Charley could do now. She had to start talking before Alexander walked in and saw them huddled together. She rushed forward with the story. We were talking, and I was sharing something personal, and he grew all serious-like, and dang, his eyes are just so beautiful, and they sucked me in, and I kissed him, but I totally didn't mean to, and I told him to forget it, that it didn't happen. So you forget it too. It's erased. Erased? You can't erase something like that. That's unerasable. Charley waved her hand. It's already done. I can't undo the erase. You can't undo what never was done in the first place. Dorothy nodded once to punctuate her sentence. I don't even know what that means, Charley said, taking the dough out of the refrigerator. Now get! We have to finish the cookies. Dorothy patted her shoulder. All right, I'll leave. But you'd better get it together. He's been through a lot. You could be just what he needs to turn his life around. Don't go erasing too quickly. She turned and stalked out of the kitchen. Charley sighed. It was one kiss, and a mistake. She tried her best to correct it right away. She wasn't there to help Alexander turn his life around. She was just the hired help. He didn't think of her as anything but that. Right? Alexander walked into the room and she plopped the dough down on the counter where she had spread the flour. Here, let me get the rest of the things we'll need. Okay. She opened the cupboard and fished around until she found what she was looking for. She turned and handed him a rolling pin and 2 rolling pin rings. Here you go. He looked at the rings, a funny expression on his face. What are those for? She couldn't help it. The sass came out when she opened her mouth. I thought you knew how to make sugar cookies. He rolled his eyes. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. Slip the rings on the end of the rolling pin. Then, when you roll out the dough, it will be even. Clever. He nodded and did as she said. You work the dough and I'll make up the frosting. She handed him the bowl of cookie cutters Dorothy had given her. You're kind of bossy in the kitchen. Anyone ever tell you that? She worried she had stepped over a line, but when she turned to him, his lips were twitching. I just know how to make cookies like a boss. Chapter 12. Alexander pressed the cookie cutter into the soft dough, his nerves on edge. How could he have let that kiss happen? What would he do if Charley's father found out? He'd be mortified. He was supposed to be the mature one. There was no excuse for the way he acted. And yet, he couldn't help but continue to tease her. He liked the way her cheeks turned pink when she blushed. He cut out a row of Christmas trees, then he turned to the star. Charley added ingredients to a bowl. He tried to ignore the vanilla scent that was coming from her. Was it lotion? He wanted to stand closer to her so he could smell more of it. Do you mind if I turn on some music? She glanced at him and he shrugged. Go ahead. He had to admit it. He was enjoying the music she'd brought back into his life. When had his life become so silent? He didn't really know. Charley fiddled with her phone, then a Christmas song started playing. She swayed her hips to Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. He tried not to look, but wasn't very successful. She was too cute for her own good. What's your favorite Christmas memory from when you were a kid? She asked. I don't know. She tossed him a sour look. Come on, you celebrated Christmas, right? Yeah, I guess. What kind of things did you do? Go caroling, decorate a tree? He thought back to his childhood. The house was always decorated to the nines. My grandfather loved the holidays. I remember one year he took me to see the Nutcracker in Denver. I thought it was the most magical thing I had ever seen. The dancers were so graceful with elaborate costumes, and the set was amazing. Charley's eyes sparkled. I've always wanted to see that. My parents aren't into ballet, so they never wanted to take me. It's been on my bucket list forever. He picked up the spatula and started transferring shapes to the cookie sheet. Really? I bet I could get us tickets. They're running it all week at the theater in town. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing! I'd love to go. She grinned at him and the room brightened. How did she do that? Make him feel happier with just a smile. Then it's settled. When these are in the oven, I'll check the tickets on my iPad. Do I need to dress up for something like that? Most people do. It's in the old theater, built in the 1920s and completely restored. I can't wait to see it. She picked up a spoon and started stirring the mixture in the bowl. He picked up the cookie sheet he'd completed and opened the oven. Dorothy walked into the room, her night robe on. "What are you guys going to do with all these cookies?" Charley shrugged. "Normally I'd wrap up some plates and take them to the neighbors. Are there any neighbors around here? This house is so secluded I can't tell." Dorothy smiled. "We have neighbors. You just need to know where to look. The people around here like their privacy. I can go with you to deliver the cookies tomorrow." "Great. And I need a nice dress, too. Maybe your boss would let you take some time off for shopping?" Charley gave Alexander a pleading look.
"A dress? What did I miss?"
Dorothy's gaze bounced between the two of them. This was going downhill fast. Since when did he become so lax? He sighed.
"I'm going to try to get tickets to the Nutcracker."
"A date?" Dorothy smiled. "No," he and Charley said at the same time. He rubbed his neck.
"No, she's always wanted to see it. I'm just taking her because it's on her bucket list."
Why did he feel so stupid? Dorothy gave him an "oh, really?" look. "Okay." Then she turned to Charley. "I know the perfect place to get a dress. We can go after lunch. You don't mind, do you?" she asked him.
He couldn't say no now, not after the Nutcracker being his idea and everything. "That's fine." Unsure of how things had gone this way, he simply finished his task of rolling out the rest of the dough and making them into cookie shapes. If he thought too much about it now, he would spoil his good mood. A few minutes later, Charley set the timer, then washed her hands in the sink.
"We have 10 minutes until this last batch comes out. Let's go download the music app for you, and I can show you how to make a playlist." He nodded.
"All right."
He'd given up trying to say no to Charley. It never worked. If he gave in to her, he'd be happier. He followed her to the living room and sat next to her on the couch. She held out her hand. "Give me your phone." He pulled it out of his pocket and unlocked it, then handed it to her. She opened the App Store and started downloading something. "Do you have a favorite song?"
"Not really."
"You like the Nutcracker. Do you like classical music then?"
He thought about it. "Yes, I do."
"All right, that's easy. There's tons of classical music we can download." He leaned a little closer to her, the vanilla smell growing stronger. He tried to ignore it.
"I also like music that was playing on the radio when we were looking at the lights."
"Mannheim Steamroller? Great choice. I love them. The app can find other songs like that if I tell it to find similar things." He was having a hard time concentrating. All he could think about was the way her body was pressed up against his side.
"Okay,"
he said, his voice coming out husky.
What was wrong with him?
She tapped his phone screen for a couple of minutes before handing it back to him. "There. You have a classical playlist, and I added a channel for songs like the Mannheim Steamroller one." He looked down into her eyes, which was a mistake. The fire Thomas had started in the fireplace danced in the reflection. His throat swelled as he gazed at her.
"Thanks."
She turned away from him, and he saw something white behind her hair. He reached out and tucked her hair out of the way, and then he chuckled. He leaned down close and whispered,
"You have flour in your ear."
"What?" She swiped at her ear, and he chuckled.
"Yep, you've been walking around with flour in your ear."
She giggled. "Well, at least no one could see it. I'll have to shower really good tonight."
Dang, he didn't need that mental image in his head. Luckily, Charley seemed to realize this because she changed the subject really quickly.
"Do you think we can get a tree?"
"I was wondering when you were going to ask."
She pointed to the large window next to the fireplace. "It would be perfect right there, so you can see it outside." He nodded.
"Yes, that's a great spot."
"What's the best place to shop for a tree around here?"
"Shop for one? I own 12 acres of land on this mountain. There are plenty of trees right here."
She leaned back. "You're kidding me. You mean you'd go chop one down? For real?" He chuckled, shifting back into his seat.
Of course. That's how we've always done it.
Oh my gosh, I've never chopped down a tree before. This is going to be awesome. She clapped her hands together and bounced in her seat. I can't wait. Can we do it tomorrow morning?
Are you ever going to clean out the rest of my garage? He grinned at her and she poked him in the side.
You are so mean. Work, work, work. That's all you think about.
And yet somehow you find a way to drag me to the mall to sit on Santa's lap.
Charley let out a belly laugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have to put that picture up. Can I use your mantle until I get home?
Don't you dare. He returned her poke in the side and she giggled and squirmed. You're ticklish, aren't you?
No, please don't. That's torture.
He couldn't resist the temptation, his hand reaching out to her side. She squealed and tried to get away from him, but he grabbed her around the middle. She laughed as he found her best ticklish spot.
Stop! What are you two doing in here?
Dorothy came in, a book in one hand, a cookie in the other.
The cookie reminded them they were supposed to take the sheet out, and Charley must have been thinking the same thing because she hopped off the couch. Oh, the cookies!
Dorothy waved her hand. Don't worry, I took them out. You two can just go on doing whatever it was you were doing. She exchanged a look with Charley before she walked out of the room. What was that about? He asked.
Nothing. Charley pointed toward the kitchen. We'd better go frost the cookies.
Yeah, you're right.
He stood, feeling foolish for once again acting like a lovesick teenager. Why did he always lose his head when Charley was around? What was wrong with him? Chapter 13. Charley stepped over a mound of snow, her hands in her coat pockets. Her breath came out in puffs of fog. She hadn't brought any boots. She didn't own any. No need for boots in the winter in Florida. Are we almost there? Alexander turned around and nodded at her, a backpack slung over one shoulder.
Yep, I see the perfect one. Just a little way up this hill.
Good, because this snow is slippery. He reached back and held out his hand.
Sorry, let me help you.
She couldn't say no to that. She took his hand and he pulled her up onto a nearby rock jutting out of the mountainside. He smiled at her. She'd been noticing a lot more smiles out of him lately.
I didn't think about the climb. He looked down at her flimsy shoes. Do you want to wait here?
Heck no! I want to help chop the tree down. We don't have trees like this where I live in Florida. I may never again get this chance.
All right, I'll help you. Tell me if I'm going too fast, okay?
Deal. She held his hand as he took several steps. Her shoes slipped once, but he grabbed her so she didn't fall on her behind. Thanks, she said, breathless.
You're crazy, you know that?
You're the one who said this is how you always find a tree.
He chuckled. Yeah, but we wear boots when we go mountain climbing.
He said it like he was talking to a child, and she couldn't help but laugh. You're such a dork.
A dork?
She nodded, realizing that he was still holding her close. His mouth was only inches from hers. If she stood on her tiptoes, she could... She banished those thoughts from her head. No way was she going to make that mistake again. She was not there to make out with Mr. Norris, no matter how sexy he looked in his leather jacket. What was the matter with her? Had she no self-control at all? His smile faded and his gaze dipped to her lips.
Then I'll try not to be so dorky. Isn't chopping down a tree a manly thing to do? Doesn't that mean I can turn in my dork card?
She stood there, his arms around her, staring at the way the light showed the flecks of gold in his eyes. Her heart pounded out a staccato rhythm. What was he saying to her? She couldn't think anymore. All her nerve endings came alive, and all she could do was stare into his eyes. His smile widened, and his laugh lines crinkled.
Come on, let's chop a tree down.
He helped her up to a precipice where he stood back and surveyed the area.
There, that one.
He pointed to a tree. It was smaller than the trees surrounding it.
It's perfect, don't you think?
She wasn't sure her voice would work, so she just nodded. He set down his backpack and took a saw out.
Do you want to try?
He held it out to her. She grinned at him, finally able to snap herself out of her awkwardness. Of course. She took the saw from him. He held back some of the branches.
You'll have to get down in there. Luckily, this little one isn't too thick.
She started sawing at the trunk. Alexander showed her how he was holding the tree back a little so it didn't pinch the blade as she sawed through it. When it finally snapped and fell, she let out a squeal and did a victory dance. I can't believe I chopped down a tree. Well, not chopped. I thought maybe we'd use an axe or something, but the saw probably worked better. Alexander chuckled at her.
You get chatty when you're excited.
I know, sorry, one of my faults.
Come to think of it, you get chatty when you're nervous, too. And when you're scared, and when you're...
She whacked him on the chest, his leather coat taking the brunt of it. Stop! You're not allowed to make fun of me.
Who made up that rule?
I did, just now. She laughed. Now, how are we going to get the tree down to the house? He pulled a rope from the backpack.
That's why I chose a small one. Can you imagine me trying to drag one of those monsters down the hill?
He pointed to the trees that were twice the size. Nope, you're smart. He tied the rope to the trunk, then began dragging it behind him. He held out his arm.
Better hang on. I don't want you slipping down the slope.
Thanks. It took a little time getting the tree into the house, but once it was sitting in the tree stand, Charley stood back and admired it. You picked a great tree. He gave her a bashful smile.
Let's find the ornament box.
Charley looked at the clock. Ooh, can we decorate it later? I told Dorothy I'd go deliver cookies with her. He nodded.
Sure, that's fine.
He took a step back and shrugged out of his coat.
I have work to do anyway.
Had she hurt his feelings? She wasn't sure, but he smiled at her and she felt better. Maybe after I go shopping?
No, we can decorate tomorrow. We have the Nutcracker tonight, and Dorothy threatened me if I didn't take you out to eat before the show, she would put something nasty in my food.
What? Charley could feel the heat rising to her cheeks. Why would she say that?
Apparently she thinks I'm taking you out on a date, even though we both told her it wasn't.
Charley's stomach got a fluttery feeling. A date? Dorothy was trying to set them up again. Probably because she told her about the kiss. But it wasn't a real kiss, and this wasn't a real date. Right? Charley took a step toward the kitchen. She's silly. As she left the room, she mentally smacked herself. Silly? That's what she came up with? How stupid. Dorothy met her with a box in her arms. I'm ready to deliver the cookies. Good, because I'm ready to get out of here. Dorothy followed her out to the car. Once they were seatbelted in, she motioned to the house. Everything okay between you guys? We're fine. Dorothy shook her head. I don't believe you. Charley didn't want to talk about it, but she knew Dorothy wouldn't stop until she said something. I mean it. We're fine. It's just a bit awkward since the kiss. And you, she said, pointing, you're pushing us to have a date tonight. That's even more awkward. Dorothy laughed. You both need a night out, and going to dinner and a theater production won't kill you. If you don't want to call it a date, then don't. But we're finding you an amazing dress. Charley couldn't argue with that. I can agree to an amazing dress. They delivered the cookies, then went back to the house. Dorothy went into the kitchen to make lunch, and Charley decided she'd better go to the garage and get at least 1 or 2 boxes done today. The garage wasn't going to clean itself. After Dorothy called her in for sandwiches, she sat at the table. Alexander sat across from her. He fussed with his shirt collar.
You have a preference where you'd like to eat tonight?
Nope. I like all food.
Chinese?
Sounds delicious. She picked up her fork and stabbed a noodle.
Italian?
Charley made a face. What part of I like all food is hard to understand? I haven't met a meal yet that I didn't like.
Alexander pointed to her with his fork. How do you stay so thin, then?
Now, you're just trying to flatter me, aren't you? Charley smiled at him, although secretly she made a mental note to get him something really great for Christmas.
No, I'm seriously trying to figure out if you have a favorite restaurant.
He did look a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe she should make this easy on him. Okay, let's go Mongolian tonight. I saw a Mongolian grill not too far up the road from the Goodwill. The smells coming from it are always delicious.
Sounds perfect.
Chapter 14. Alexander fussed with his bow tie.
Why was he so nervous? He wasn't going on a date, no matter what Dorothy said. It was just two people going out together, not romantic at all. Then why could he not get his fingers to stop shaking? He looked into the mirror. Since when did those lines form by his eyes? He was only 30. Why did he suddenly feel so old? His phone made a noise and he checked the time. They needed to leave soon or they would miss their reservation. He sighed and shrugged into his suit jacket. There wasn't anything he could do about his laugh lines now. As he walked down the staircase, Charley came into view. He swallowed, his heart pounding hard against his rib cage. She was stunning. She wore a black dress and her hair was pulled up in such a way that made her look 5 years older. He couldn't believe the transformation. She was beautiful. When she saw him, she smiled, and it made her glow. There you are. I thought I was going to have to go up there and bang on your door. He felt his face heat. Sorry, I was having a tie issue. I sympathize. I don't think I could tie one of those things if my life depended on it. He smiled. Good thing it doesn't. She laughed, and Dorothy came out of the other room. Are you two ready to go? You'd better scoot. It's getting late. He held out his arm to Charley, and she took it. His heart worked overtime. He tried to ignore it and not act like a stupid teenager with a crush. See you later, Dorothy. His nerves subsided as he drove into town, and their conversation turned light. After they were seated at the restaurant and had ordered, he turned to Charley. I saw a few more things in the auction box today. Have you come across anything of great value? Sadly, no. Just a few more items made from silver. I did find a bracelet that may have diamonds on it. I couldn't tell if they were real diamonds or not. You'll want to take it to a jeweler to get the value. Alexander knew the bracelet she spoke of. He gave that to Sadie on their 1-year anniversary. He remembered joking about how it was supposed to be paper, but he knew they'd be together until they were old, so why not jump to the diamonds? His heart squeezed. They're real. Perfect. Then you'll be able to get some money from it. Why had he asked about the things in the garage? Now he didn't feel much like eating, or going to see the show. He sat back in his chair. Thanks. Charley frowned. I've spoiled the mood, she said softly. It wasn't her. He didn't want Charley to think she'd done anything wrong. He was the one who was having a difficult time letting go. It's not you. I know. Charley pulled out her phone and started tapping on it. There. I found an app that gives you questions you can ask your date. Her cheeks turned pink. Not that this is a date. It's not. I just thought it would give us something to talk about. He held back a smile. She was cute when she was embarrassed. Sounds good. Just about anything we can talk about that is different than this would be good. She smiled at him and scrolled through her phone. Okay, here's a good one. If you were 100 years old, would you rather have the mind of a 30-year-old or the body of a 30-year-old? Body. She gave him a strange look. Really? I would have pegged you for a sharp-minded kind of guy. He shrugged. My great-grandfather lived to be 98, and he was still pretty sharp when he passed.
Wait a minute, you can't cheat like that. You can't say you'd still be of sound mind just because you had a relative like that. What about all the Alzheimer's patients out there? What if you got that?
My genetics would beat that.
She pointed at him, trying not to smile. You are such a cheater. The question is either body or mind, not getting both just because of your great-grandfather. What if you had to really choose? Great body with a disease-ridden mind, or a sloppy body with a sharp mind? He chuckled under his breath.
She was getting all worked up over this, which was quite amusing to him. It was a hypothetical question. I guess you'd choose a sharp mind, then.
Definitely. I'd want to be able to have an intelligent conversation.
Even if you had to be in a wheelchair like Stephen Hawking?
She made a face. That's so not fair. Stephen Hawking wasn't 100 years old. He had a debilitating disease.
But his body didn't work right. And I know plenty of old people who have to be in wheelchairs. You can't specify how nicely your body ages.
She laughed. Okay, let's throw out this question.
He held up a hand. Oh no, you can't throw it out before you answer. Do you still choose mind, even if you might be in a wheelchair?
I don't have to answer. You never really answered if you'd be fine being gorgeous but basically a vegetable. He gave her a grin.
You think I'm gorgeous?
Her face turned red. Let's move on. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
That's the next one? Are you kidding me? That's not even a comparable question.
The server came with their meals, and after she left, he picked up his napkin and placed it on his lap.
I refuse to answer such a mundane question.
She had a laugh in her eyes as she looked at him. All right, you're right. It wasn't thought-provoking at all. Let me find something better. She swiped her fingers across her phone.
Don't let your food get cold.
Oh, don't worry. Eating is one of my favorite pastimes, remember? She played with her phone a second longer before nodding. Here's a good one. If evidence came out of intelligent life on other planets, would it change your core beliefs? He swirled a noodle onto his fork, thinking about her question.
No, I don't think so.
You believe there are aliens out there? She placed a forkful of food in her mouth.
I think there are way too many planets and solar systems to not have more intelligent life.
She swallowed. Interesting.
What about you?
I don't know. Seems weird to think about aliens. Would they have green skin with large black eyes? Alexander chuckled.
Why would they have to look like that? That's something I think people made up.
So you don't think aliens have visited Earth? She leaned forward and picked up her water glass.
I highly doubt it. Just think of the massive distance between even the planets in our solar system. Can you imagine anything that would carry someone from Earth to another solar system?
He shook his head.
I don't think it's possible.
I think I agree with you on that one. She scrolled through her phone again. How about this one? Would you give up your sense of humor to be super intelligent?
That's easy. Yes, I'd want to be super intelligent.
Really? Even if that meant you wouldn't laugh anymore? I think a life without laughter would be so sad. I'd pick the humor, and even though I wouldn't be super intelligent, I'd be able to laugh.
So I pick the body, and you think I'm shallow. But when I pick the mind, you think I'm a stick in the mud?
He was teasing her, and by the look on her face, she knew it. She waved his question away. You're such a guy.
But I'm a super intelligent guy with a great body.
She threw her head back and laughed. And humble, too. Charley continued to ask him questions while they finished eating. When the check came, she patted her stomach. That was delicious. Thank you for taking me out to eat.
The best part is yet to come.
He stood and held out his arm for her. She hooked her arm on his. He was excited to share the ballet with her, which was an odd feeling for him. He wasn't sure why it mattered to him, but he really wanted her to like it. The drive to the theater took 15 minutes. Soon they were seated in their chairs. He leaned over to her.
Sorry, I would have gotten us closer seats, but they were all sold out.
This is perfect, she said, her eyes bright. I love the chandelier and the woodwork. This place is amazing." As the music started, he absent-mindedly reached over and took her hand, then froze. What was he doing? This was not a date. He had to keep reminding himself about that fact. She was young and vulnerable based on what happened the other night. He should keep his wits about him. He squeezed her hand, then let go, hoping that wasn't too awkward. Chapter 15. Charley had a hard time concentrating on the stage with Alexander sitting next to her. His cologne smelled amazing. He looked even more amazing. It was making it impossible to breathe normally, and her stomach was filled with nervous flutters. Thank goodness he'd let go of her hand. She thought she would melt into a puddle. Oh, dear heavens. She had allowed her crush on Alexander to grow. How had that happened? She was trying so hard not to develop feelings for him, but now, with him so close, she knew it was true. She liked him, and not just a little. She liked him a great deal. A moan almost escaped her lips, and she clamped them shut. What was wrong with her? Why had she let herself get all wrapped up in him? She knew he was handsome. She'd seen that the first day, but holy cow, he was also an amazing kisser. And he had a softer side to him. Sure, he hadn't been nice when she first came to the house, but his personality had shown through. And now she came to appreciate the moments when he did smile. Oh no, she was in serious trouble. She could not fall for Alexander. He was way too old. She could never actually pursue a relationship with him. Besides, since she was there for work, her father would kill her if he found out what she was doing. She tried to concentrate on the dancers and the music. It really was a beautiful production. Everything she'd hoped it would be. It was just difficult to sit there next to Alexander and not think about the kiss they'd shared. Or the way he smelled. Good grief. She needed help. After the show, he turned to her. "Did you like it?" "It was breathtaking, really wonderful, thank you." She clamped her lips shut before she let a Mr. Norris slip out. He smiled at her. "Good." By the time they arrived back at the mansion, it was late. Alexander walked with her to her room door. She stood there, awkwardly looking at him. He leaned toward her. "Thank you for helping me remember how much I liked that as a kid." She made the mistake of looking at his eyes, and the memory of his warm lips on hers came rushing back. She didn't want to think about it, couldn't think about it. Yet, here she was, wishing they could share that moment again. She broke eye contact. "You're welcome." He lifted her chin with his finger, and she once again was met with his intense gaze. Was he going to kiss her again? His lips were so close to hers. He came closer, and time seemed to slow. She held her breath, waiting for the contact. But before their lips met, he backed away slowly. "Good night, Charley." She was out of breath, and all they'd done was walk up the stairs. "Good night," she said, her nerves shot. She opened her bedroom door and almost ran inside, shutting the door behind her. She stood for a while, her back against the closed door, her heart pounding. She needed to get a grip, or she would definitely make things worse between them. She readied for bed, trying to get her fingers to stop shaking. But even after slipping under the covers, she could still smell him, feel him close to her. She lay there, unable to fall asleep. After tossing in her bed for an hour, she decided it was stupid to lay there while she was wide awake. She slipped into her swimsuit and quietly stole through the house. She slid open the glass door and stepped out onto the frozen porch. It wasn't until she got right next to the hot tub that she noticed it was already open. "You couldn't sleep either?" Alexander said, turning toward her. "Man, you startled me!" She wrung the towel between her hands. She didn't want to get into the hot tub with Alexander, but it would be stupidly obvious if she turned around and went back inside. So she stood there a second, indecision making her toes cold. Finally, she blurted, "Do you mind if I join you?"
"I figured that's why you came out here in your bathing suit."
When she didn't immediately hop in, he smiled at her.
"Come on in."
Her feet were freezing, so she decided it was better to just get in than stand there undecided. The water enveloped her and instantly warmed her. "This was a good decision," she said after a minute. Alexander nodded, looking up at the stars.
"I was just contemplating the universe and wondering if there really is life on other planets, thanks to your question earlier."
She settled in and stared up as well. "I wish we could figure out life on this planet."
He scoffed. "Isn't that the truth?"
"It shouldn't be this hard. Love everyone. That's all."
"Yes,"
he said quietly.
"It should be that simple."
He sat up and put his arms on the side of the tub.
"But I think sometimes people have a hard time forgiving themselves."
The way he said it, with a tiny break in his voice, made Charley sit up as well. She looked at him. He didn't return her gaze, but she could see the sadness in his eyes. "That's true," she said, trying to feel him out. "I think we all struggle with that." When he didn't respond, she shifted a little closer to him. "What is it that you can't forgive yourself for?" His gaze fell to her, and she could see the pure anguish in his face.
"Sadie."
Charley knew the pain of grief. She also knew the guilt that went along with a tragedy like the one Alexander had gone through. But she didn't know the details, so she had no idea why he would blame himself for her car accident. He had never told her about the night Sadie had died. She put her hand on his. "Do you want to tell me about it?" He stared out at the dark trees as silence stretched between them. For a moment, she thought maybe he wasn't going to speak. But then he turned to her.
"It was 4 days before Christmas."
She almost sucked in a breath, but got a hold of herself before that happened. Tomorrow was the anniversary of his wife's death. Emotions swirled in her, and she steeled herself so she wouldn't start to cry. He must be dealing with a lot right now. She didn't know what to say to him, so she just nodded.
"She called me at work and asked if I would stop at the store for some milk on the way home. She liked to eat shredded wheat for breakfast."
He gave her a sad smile.
"I don't know why. They taste terrible. It's like you're eating hay."
She nodded again, knowing he just needed to let it out. Nothing she could say right now would help. He had to talk. His smile disappeared and he swallowed.
"I got busy and forgot. By the time I left the office, it was after 7:30. I often worked late. Sadie hated not knowing when I would be home, but I was trying to grow my company. That was my excuse, anyway."
He looked down and shook his head.
"If I am being honest, though, I would have to admit we were having issues."
Charley knew that could sometimes magnify a person's guilt. She patted his hand that rested on the side of the hot tub, trying to lend support without interrupting him.
"Anyway, I went home without the milk, and by the time she found out I had let her down, it was past 9. The store closed at 10. She rushed out of the house, furious with me for forgetting. Her anger probably fueled her reckless driving. She never made it down the hill. I was so absorbed in what I was doing, I didn't even realize anything was wrong until it was midnight and I went to bed, and she wasn't there. I checked the house and couldn't find her. That's when I began to get worried. When I checked the garage, her car was still gone. I knew the store had closed hours ago, and she wouldn't have stayed out late just to spite me. I got in my car and drove to find her."
As he spoke, a tear escaped and ran down his cheek. Charley was about to speak when he continued.
I knew it had happened the minute I saw the taillights. I rushed to her, but she was already gone.
His voice choked, and he pinched his lips together. Charley could feel the weight of his guilt. It made her throat close. How long had he suffered this in silence? Alone? She slid across the hot tub, the water sloshing as she moved closer to him. "It wasn't your fault," she whispered. He put his arms around her and buried his face into her shoulder.
Of course it was my fault. If I had not forgotten the milk, she wouldn't have gone out.
Charley knew the thoughts of "if only" that had circled around and around in her head after her sister died. She understood feeling responsible, but it wasn't true. And she'd finally realized that it was eating away at her. He needed to realize this too. We all have those feelings after a loss like this. It's not healthy to blame yourself. He clung to her, his arms crushing her to him.
How could I have let her go out alone on the icy streets?
She stroked his shoulders, the steam from the hot tub surrounding them. "Alex, don't do this to yourself." He shook his head and pulled it back from her, his eyes wet with tears.
You don't know the worst of it.
What?
She wasn't the only one that died that day.
Charley's stomach dropped. Someone else had been in the car? Who? She whispered. Alexander swallowed, the pain etched in each line across his forehead.
Sadie was 4 months pregnant. I killed my son, as well as my wife.
A great weight came crashing down on Charley's chest. She could feel the crushing guilt that Alexander was putting on himself. It swelled in her chest and climbed into her throat, choking her. But it wasn't true. He didn't do this, and he needed her to help him through. Charley threaded her fingers through his hair and pulled him close to her. "Hush! No! You didn't." She let him sob as she held him. He needed to get it out. It sounded like he'd never fully dealt with the grief. She closed her eyes and gently stroked his hair until he stopped. "It's not your fault," she said, when he was finally still.
"I know,"
he said, as he pulled back to look her in the eyes.
"Deep down, I know that. It just feels like I should have done something."
"What happened was terrible, but you have to let it go. It's eating you up inside. It's hurting you."
"I see that now."
He trailed a finger down the side of her cheek.
"How did you become so wise at such a young age?"
Charley swallowed, suddenly aware at how intimately they were sitting next to each other, with her in his arms. He was right. She was young, and he was not. She had to remember who she was and why she was there. "Just a talent, I guess," she said, trying to lighten the mood.
"You're amazing. You know that?"
He stared at her, and her stomach fluttered with the depth in his gaze. She couldn't breathe. He touched her shoulder, his skin feeling amazing on hers. She was powerless to move. Even if she had wanted to, she couldn't back away from him. The earnestness of his gaze trapped her. She didn't know what to say to him, so she stayed silent.
"I'm going to kiss you now,"
Alexander said, his voice just a whisper. Charley knew she needed to stop it from happening, but she couldn't move, couldn't speak. Her gaze fell on his lips, and she wanted nothing more than to be there in his arms, feeling the softness of his kiss. "Okay," she heard herself whisper back.
Chapter 16. Alexander knew kissing Charley was a bad idea, but he couldn't stop himself. She was the most amazing woman he'd ever met. She was insane, and yet she made the most sense he'd ever heard. She was lively and spontaneous. She caught sunshine in her hands and somehow made it come out of her eyes. She was the very breath in him, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He moved slowly toward her, for even though she'd given him permission to kiss her again, he didn't want to scare her off with the intensity that he was feeling. As their lips touched, his nerve endings exploded. He kissed her with the fervency he felt coursing through his veins. He needed her like he needed air, and he pulled her closer. Emotion surged in him for the woman who had taken his pain and helped him see he was strangling himself with it. He trusted her, wanted her. He kissed her jawline as she closed her eyes against the night air. Her fingers found their way to the back of his neck, and the touch sent his heart into overdrive. He pulled back and looked into her fascinating green eyes. "I love you," he whispered. The words were out before he could stop them, and immediately he regretted them. Charley stiffened, her facial expression suddenly guarded. Panic began to seep into his chest. What had he done? Why had he said that? He wasn't in love with Charley. He couldn't be. What was happening to him? I didn't mean that. Another wrong thing to say. She scrambled away from him, her lips pinched tight, her cheeks flushed. She splashed some water on her face, wiping at her eyes. Was she crying? Good heavens, he had not meant to make her cry. His panic grew. What had he done? "Charley," he said, reaching out to her. "No, don't. It's fine. We obviously have some chemistry between us. Things got carried away. That's all." She didn't look at him. "We're both adults. We don't have to feel ashamed for the kiss. It's fine." She stood and climbed out of the tub. "We're fine." She grabbed her towel and hurried into the house. He sat there, staring up at the stars, feeling terrible for what had happened. He'd gotten carried away all right. How could he have said that? He didn't love her. He barely knew her. And yet, as those thoughts circled through his mind, he realized that wasn't true. He knew what she liked. Knew her laugh. He loved her spirit, her creativity, and loved the way she felt in his arms. She made him feel whole again. The realization crashed into him, and he sucked in a breath of frigid air. He was falling in love with her, and she only thought of him as her employer. An older man whom she thought was handsome, but whom she didn't want to have a relationship with. He sighed, watching the way it rose up with the steam from the water. He was in love with a woman who would never return his affections. Great. This was going to be a super Christmas. Alexander clicked his mouse and stared at the computer screen. It was Saturday, but he normally worked all day on Saturday, just like every other day. He just couldn't expect a response from his developers during the weekend. They all took the weekends off. He couldn't blame them. They all had families. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He'd avoided Charley this morning by skipping breakfast, but now his stomach was complaining. Maybe he would sneak into the kitchen and have Dorothy make him a sandwich. He didn't want to run into Charley. He wasn't sure how she would act around him after last night. Why had he allowed things to go that far? How could he have blurted out that he loved her? Stupid. He got up from his desk and opened his door, listening for voices. When he didn't hear any, he made his way to the kitchen. No one was in there. He opened the refrigerator and scanned the contents. He pulled out a Tupperware tub and opened the lid. What was that? It was brown and looked like refried beans, but they hadn't eaten any recently that he could recall. He sniffed it. It smelled like a beef stew. He shrugged. Whatever it was, he'd probably like it. Dorothy didn't make anything he didn't like. He stuck it in the microwave for 30 seconds. When it beeped, he took it out and stirred it up with a fork. He scooped up a little and brought it to his lips to see if it got hot enough. "What are you doing?" He turned to see Dorothy with her hand on her hip. "Give me that!" She took it from him. "Why? What is it?" "Cat food." Alexander balked. "What's it doing in the fridge? I almost ate it." "It's Millie's. What's wrong with you? You don't eat breakfast and then you're in here scrounging around. This isn't like you." Dorothy cast a long look his way. "Something bothering you?" He couldn't help but glance at the door to the garage. "No." Dorothy got a knowing look in her eye. "Ah, I see." He glared at her. "You don't see anything. I'm simply hungry." "Lunch will be served in 1 hour. Get out of my kitchen. You can eat at the table with Charley." She waved her hands at him, shooing him out. "Do I need to remind you who works for whom?" "Don't you give me sass. I've whooped your butt before. Now get." Dorothy gave him one of her "I mean business" looks, and he did as she said. He knew she would get her way if she ever put her foot down. He grumbled as he walked down the hallway. He didn't want to go back to his office, and of course he couldn't go in the garage. So he wandered his own house, feeling like a stranger. When he came to the music room, he entered. He hadn't learned to play the piano, despite his grandfather paying for lessons. It wasn't in him. His grandfather was the one who had played. Alexander sat down on the bench and fingered the keys. His grandfather had been there for him whenever he needed him. But now he was gone, just like everyone else in his life, and Alexander was left alone to figure things out. Why was he messing up everything in his life? Why did he feel the need to take what good he'd been given and twist it around until it was warped? He was alone, and at this rate, he was going to be alone for the rest of his life. The door opened, and he turned around on the bench to see Charley standing there. He inwardly sighed at the sight of her. She wore her hair up in a messy bun. It looked cute on her. Today's socks were giant reindeer with red noses. They were ridiculous, but they fit her personality. She tentatively stepped into the room. "I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to bother you with questions. I just didn't know, and I asked Dorothy, and she said I should come find you to ask you because she didn't know either, and I—" Now he'd made her so nervous she couldn't even talk. Nice. "Spit it out." Charley's face flushed, and she looked to the floor. She brought something out from behind her back. It was a photograph in a silver picture frame. "The frame is real silver, but I'm not sure if you want me to put this in the auction box." He motioned for her to bring it to him. She stepped forward and handed him the photograph. He knew it instantly. It was a snapshot of him and Sadie right before they had gotten married. They were at a Christmas party. Sadie was laughing, and he was looking at her like he adored her every move. They both looked so young. He touched the photo with his finger. Guilt rose up in his throat like bile. Sadie was gone, and he had to push those memories away. He didn't want anything lying around the house to remind him of what he had done. He thrust the photo back at Charley. "Sell it. I don't want it." "Are you sure?" Charley took the photograph but looked like she was going to throw up. "What if you regret getting rid of it someday?" "I won't." He hadn't meant to yell it, but that's kind of how it came out. He turned away from her. "I don't want to see it again. I don't want to see any of it. That's why I hired you. If you can't do the job I hired you to do, then you can leave." He sat staring down at the piano keys, waiting for her to leave. But when she didn't move, he turned around and glared at her. "I said—" "I know what you said, but you didn't mean it." He stared at her. "How dare you?" "Alex." The way she said it, like his name was a soft caress, made his guilt cut into him.
He should not be taking things out on Charley. She was only trying to help. He scrubbed a hand over his face and his shoulders fell.
I'm sorry.
She slowly sat down on the bench next to him. I know, you're in pain, but maybe you should keep a photograph. Something showing a happy time. She held the photo between her shaking hands. She was quaking with fear. Of him? He felt terrible. He'd yelled at her again. How could he have done that? He swallowed, his guilt choking him.
Are you frightened of me?
She jerked her head up. No.
You're trembling.
I'm nervous. It wasn't fear. He looked into her green eyes.
To be around me?
He asked softly. She flinched. Yes. Is that because of last night? She didn't answer, which told him the truth. He had destroyed everything good they had. He took in a deep breath and let it out slowly.
I'm sorry.
I know. He didn't know how to fix things between them. The kiss, the blurting out that he loved her, it was all a mess. But maybe if he pushed it all aside, they could go on like it hadn't happened. He decided to change the subject back to the photograph. He pointed at it.
I don't want it around. It's another reminder of what I did.
She placed her hand on top of his. Today it is. I hope someday you can grow past that. I hope it will be a reminder of a good time in your life.
I don't want to look at it every day.
Then let's put it away. Even in this piano bench. Hide it so you don't have to look at it. You can wait until it's not painful anymore to bring it out.
He didn't want to agree to that, but couldn't bear to tell Charley no.
He struggled with his emotions for a moment, swallowing down the pain.
All right,
he finally said. She smiled at him. I'm proud of you. She stood and waited until he did the same before slipping the photograph into the bench. Then she sat back down, this time facing the piano keys. He sat beside her. You don't play the piano, do you? He shook his head.
No.
Why do you have one?
My grandfather played. This was his piano. I just kept it after he passed.
Charley put her fingers on the keys and started playing a song. He raised an eyebrow.
I thought you didn't know how to play.
She laughed. It's just Heart and Soul. Everyone knows how to play that song.
I don't.
She stopped and gave him a weird look. You don't?
Nope.
Do you want to learn? He didn't, but she seemed excited to teach him, so he shrugged.
Okay.
She placed his hand on the piano keys. Perfect. You can play the left hand. Just play these 4 keys like this. She showed him which keys to hit and when to play them. He continued the rhythm and she started playing the higher notes. It actually sounded good. When she was done with the song, she laughed and clapped her hands. Great job! Now I'll teach you the other hand and you can have one song you can play. He stayed there with her, showing him how to play Heart and Soul until he'd learned the song. He looked over to her, the dimple back on her cheek, along with the light in her eyes he'd gotten used to seeing. He enjoyed spending time with her, but he also had to remember how she'd reacted last night when he'd blurted out those 3 words that killed the mood. He couldn't allow anything like that to happen again.
Does this song have words?
She nodded. Yes, play it and I'll sing the words. He went through the song she'd taught him, playing the tune as she sang. It was a sweet song about falling in love. She had a good voice, pure and lovely. When the song was done, she looked at him, her smile gone. The mood turned more serious. He leaned closer to her and she swallowed, her gaze dipping to his lips. He wanted to kiss her again, but that was not going to happen. Not after his huge mistake last night. He simply put his hand on hers.
Thanks for showing me the song.
Her gaze lifted to his, and he sat there, staring into her green eyes. She was beautiful. How had he not seen it before? He lifted his hand to her cheek, unable to stop himself from touching her creamy skin. A black streak jumped past his view, and the piano made a noise. Charley turned and picked up the black kitten. "Millie, how did you get out of the garage?" She hugged the cat to her chest and hopped off the bench. "I'd better be getting back to the garage. I still have a lot left to go through."
Yeah, she wanted to get away from him. He swallowed down his hurt. Of course.
Charley left him sitting on the piano bench, staring at the keys and wondering what he could have done to keep her there a little longer. Chapter 17. Charley's heart pounded as she practically ran back to the garage. Why had she stayed to play the piano with Alexander? Hadn't she learned her lesson last night with the kiss? She needed to stay away from him. She couldn't control herself around him. She'd been tempted to lock lips with him again. If Millie hadn't jumped on the piano, she probably would have. How could she be so dumb? She set the kitten down by her food bowl. "You eat, you naughty kitten." The cat meowed at her, but then put her head down and started eating the food. Charley turned back to her half-empty box and started pulling more things out, mostly empty picture frames. They were the cheap kind. Each frame ended up in the next box for charity. She worked until Dorothy told her lunch was ready. She didn't want to eat lunch with Alexander, so she asked if she could eat while she worked. Dorothy huffed, but gave her the sandwich on a paper plate and put her soup in a mug. That evening, Charley sat on the couch in front of the fireplace with a book Dorothy loaned her. Millie climbed into her lap and curled up. Charley pet her black fur while she purred. Thomas entered the room and stoked the fire.
"Do you need anything?"
he asked her. "No, I'm fine. Thank you."
"How about you, sir?"
Charley turned to see Alexander standing in the doorway.
"No," he said, answering Thomas.
The butler nodded and left them alone in the room. Charley motioned to the seat next to her. "Do you want to sit?" Alexander hesitated, but then nodded.
"All right."
He walked around the couch and sat down.
"What are you reading?"
She turned the cover around so he could see. "Just something Dorothy gave me. She said this was one of her favorites."
"Nice."
He tapped his knee like he wanted to say something else, but stayed silent. She pointed to the bare tree. "We never finished, did we?"
"Nope."
A little guilt from leaving it undone snaked through her. "Should we do it tonight? I can help if you bring in the lights." He seemed to consider her words for a second.
"Sure."
He left the room, then a second later came back with 2 tubs marked Christmas tree decorations. She set her book down. "Okay, Millie, time to get off. I have to stand up." The kitten ignored her, so she scooped her up and set her on the couch next to her. The kitten gave her a disgruntled look, but stretched her back, then circled around twice before curling back up and going to sleep. Alexander opened the first tub and pulled out a tangled wad of Christmas lights. He blushed.
"Guess I wasn't very careful when I put these away."
Charley realized it was probably because his wife had just died, and he was in shock. She plastered on a smile. "That's okay. We can untangle them." She hopped over the tub and took a portion of the lights from him.
"This is going to take all night," he said, after a minute of working on the mess.
"You give up too easily. Turn on your music. We need something to work to." She gave him an encouraging smile. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned on the app she'd installed. Then he started up a playlist. He set his phone on the mantel, and it sounded through the room. "Perfect," Charley said. After 20 minutes of tugging on strings and Alexander putting the untangled ones around his neck, they were still trying to get one set of lights separated from the bunch. Charley giggled as she pulled on one string, and it caused another to wrap around his neck. "Oops,"
Yeah, don't do that. I do like to breathe.
Sorry.
She tried to act sorry, but her smile wouldn't let her. You really sound sorry, he said, a chuckle escaping.
I promise I won't strangle you.
Good.
As she worked, she motioned to him. Hey, I have another part untangled. Let me hang it on your arm.
He rolled his eyes, but obediently held out his arm. You're making me look ridiculous, you know.
You're the one who started out using yourself as the Christmas light string holder. I'm just utilizing you in a more efficient way.
20 minutes later, he looked like he was trying to be the Christmas tree.
Charley finally untangled the last of the string and hung it on his other arm. There! We did it! Now, just hold still.
No way am I moving. They'll get all tangled again, but please hurry. My arms are starting to ache.
Charley got a wicked idea. Just a second. She opened the ornament tub and grabbed the star topper. She scooted the tub over to him, stood on it, and placed the star carefully on his head.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
She hopped down from the tub and pulled out her phone. A look of horror came over his face. Oh no, you're not going to take a picture of me. No way! He said this, but he still didn't move, and Charley opened the camera app.
You're too cute not to.
Charley.
He would have sounded more threatening if he hadn't been almost laughing when he said it. Just a second, I can't take the picture yet. She ran and grabbed the end of the string, plugging it into the wall. All the lights lit up. There. She walked back to where she was and put her phone up.
If you take that photo, you are fired.
She paused and seemed to consider it for a moment. You mean I won't have to finish going through all the junk in your garage, and I'll have this nice photograph of you that I can probably sell to the tabloids for twice what you agreed to pay me?
Funny. Put down your phone and let's get the tree finished.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having a photo of you pretending you're a Christmas tree. She put her phone back up to snap the picture.
Charley!
Dorothy came into the room, took one look at Alexander, and busted up laughing.
Whatever you two are doing, keep it going. This is hilarious. Help me out, Dorothy. I think my arms are going to fall off, and this horrible woman is making fun of me.
Hurry and take the picture, dear. He's getting grumpy. Dorothy laughed and left the room. Charley shoved her phone back in her pocket. Come on, I'll help you transfer these to the tree. She began taking the strings off his arms so he could put them down.
Did you take the picture?
He reached up and took the star off his head. Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, very much so.
She held back a giggle. Well then, I guess you'll just have to wait and see what my Christmas cards look like this year. He grinned at her.
It's too late to send out Christmas cards.
She wrapped a string around the bottom branches. Not for me. I've been known to send them out up to a week after Christmas. The post office is always busy. Easy to blame them for it being late. She gave him a sly smile.
You are pure evil.
And you need to start helping me string these lights, or your tree is only going to be lit up on the bottom half.
He chuckled. You are quite height challenged.
Shut up! I'm sensitive about it. She stood on her tiptoes and continued to string the lights. They worked in silence for a few minutes, getting the lights put in place. Alexander turned to her.
What is it you love so much about antiques?
Charley took in a breath, letting it out slowly. That was a hard question to answer. She loved a lot of things about them, but there was one thing that stood out. I love the history. I love that each piece tells a story. The way we make things today is so different. We make them disposable. Your chair breaks, you toss it, and get another one. There's no craft to it. The antiques were made with such care. Many of them even have the maker's mark on them. Like a painting, I can often tell who made something without even having to look at the mark. This is true art. He paused, a string of lights hanging in his hand.
I can tell you love it.
I do. Alexander finished stringing the last strand of lights.
Then he placed the star on the top. "Now all we need are the ornaments." Charley opened the tub and pulled out a little nutcracker.
"Oh, I love this one."
He smiled. "One of my favorites as a kid."
"These are all from when you were growing up?"
"Not all of them. Sadie and I added to the stash."
For some reason, a tiny bit of jealousy surged in Charley, which was odd. Why should she be jealous of him and his wife? She shoved it aside. Nice. As they hung ornaments, she tapped her toes to the music his phone played. "Did your grandfather get to meet Sadie?" She cringed at the question. Why was she asking about that?
"Yes. He passed a year after we met. I knew I was going to marry her 3 months into the relationship. He didn't get to see the wedding, but he saw the engagement ring on her finger."
"I'm glad." She pulled out a tiny sled and hung it on the tree. "I'm sure he was happy to see you with someone."
"He was."
She paused, and curiosity got the better of her. "Can I ask you a question? And if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I don't want to make things weird between us. I've just been wondering, and I can't seem to find the right time to ask."
"Charley," he interrupted, taking her hands in his. "Just ask."
She ignored the tingles that erupted over her skin at his touch. "Okay. I was just curious about your father. What happened to him?"
Alexander's jaw clenched and released a few times. "That's a long story."
"I'm sorry. You don't have to tell me. I was just curious."
His features softened. "No, I don't mind."
He continued to hang ornaments as he seemed to gather his thoughts. Finally, he spoke.
"My mother died during childbirth. My father was devastated, of course. He never really got over it, and he blamed me."
"Oh, dear." Charley hadn't meant to say anything, and her hand flew to her mouth. "Sorry. Go on." Alexander picked another ornament from the tub. It was an angel. He stared at it while he spoke.
"My father was a cold man. He was always distant. He was forced to move back home to live with his father when I was born. He hated me for what I had done to his life."
"Was he abusive?" she asked quietly.
He looked at her and shook his head. "No, not physically. He just withdrew. Never spent any time with me. I remember one year at Christmas time he left the house in the evening. We thought he was going to pick something up from the store. He didn't return until after the first of the year. I cried myself to sleep each night thinking it was something I had done. I had driven him to leave and never return. When he finally did show back up, he acted like nothing had happened."
"Oh my goodness, that's terrible."
Alexander shrugged. "My grandfather told him if he wasn't going to pony up and act like a father, that he should leave. Permanently. 6 months later, that's what he did."
"Is he still alive?"
Alexander grew stiff. "Not to me, he isn't."
"You mean you don't know?"
"I've never searched after him. He abandoned me. There's no need for me to find him."
Charley felt terrible for him, and now she'd opened up that old wound by asking about it. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." She spontaneously gave him a hug.
He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer. "It's not your fault. It's my past, but I've let it go. It no longer hurts me."
She could tell by the vulnerability in his voice this wasn't true. She laid her head on his chest. "Underneath all that prickly exterior, you're a soft-hearted man."
"Prickly?"
He pulled back from her and gave her a raised eyebrow look. "Yeah, you remember when I first showed up, right?" She lowered her voice, mimicking him.
"You are not who I was led to believe. Please leave at once." He winced. "Did I really say those words?"
"Yep." He touched the side of her face with the back of his knuckles.
"I'm sorry. I was terrible."
She could barely breathe. Electricity coursed through her. her heart beating so loud in her ears she couldn't hear her own thoughts. The memory of his lips on hers made her knees weak. "That's okay," she found herself saying. "You've changed." He looked down at her, his gaze landing on her lips. "I have, haven't I?" Whatever quiet song was playing on his phone ended, and a lively Christmas tune replaced it, breaking through her muddled mind. What was she doing? She couldn't kiss him again. She smiled at him and backed up. Must be the Christmas spirit. He chuckled and took a step back from her. Must be. Chapter 18. Alexander took in a deep breath. Had he almost kissed her again? Why would he do that? She'd freaked out last time. He needed to keep his cool. He picked up another ornament and hung it on a string of lights. Charley sucked in a breath. He turned to her. "You okay?" Her eyes watered and she held up the ornament in her hand. It was a snowman with the words, "Baby's First Christmas," written underneath. Emotions ran through him, tightening his chest. Sadie bought that. She wanted to celebrate his first Christmas even though he wasn't born yet. "Alex, I'm sorry." Charley's fingers trembled. "I didn't know this would be in here." "I'd forgotten about it." She put the ornament behind her back. "Do you want me to put it in the box for charity?" He swallowed, the stabbing pain in his heart growing. He turned from her. "Yes, that's fine. Give it away." She left the room with the ornament. A moment later, she came back. "It's in the box to go on Monday." "Thank you." He looked at the tub of ornaments. There were only a few left. "We're almost done." She nodded. "Yes." The mood had soured, and even though Alexander tried to shake off the shock from seeing that ornament, he couldn't. After they finished, he took the empty tubs and stuck them in the built-in cabinet beside the window. He turned to Charley. "Thanks for helping me." "Of course." She paused a moment, and it looked like she wanted to say something else. "What?" Her gaze dropped. "Nothing. I'm just sorry for what happened. You know, another reminder of..." He lifted her chin. "You have nothing to be sorry for." She blinked, then nodded. "Good night, Alex." Something in him warmed when she called him that. "Good night, Charley." She left him standing in front of the Christmas tree, wondering how he had fallen for the spunky girl. Alexander spent the next day shopping in town and running errands. That evening he wrapped presents and put them under the tree. As he was sliding the last one under the tree, Charley came in the room, her arms full of gifts as well. She gaped at the presents under the tree. "What have you been up to?" "I thought I would do a bit more shopping." "A bit more?" She laughed as she crouched down beside him. "Looks like you went a little crazy." He held in a smile. "Guess I had a few years to make up for." He pointed to her pile of presents. "And what about you? How many do you have there?" She grinned. "A few." She shoved them under the tree. He sat back and looked at Charley. She was wearing a pleated green skirt today, and her matching socks had Christmas trees on them. She was a crazy woman, but he loved her. She'd only been there a week, and she'd brought back a smile to his face he hadn't realized he'd lost. "Thanks." She raised her eyebrows. "You don't even know what I got you yet." He shook his head. "Not for the gift. Thanks for bringing Christmas back into my life." Her smile took over her face. "You're welcome." She stood and held out her hand. "Come on. Do you want to do one more thing to get into the holiday spirit?" "I'm not putting on Christmas socks." She laughed. "You don't have to." He eyeballed her skeptically. She looked like she had just made a deal with the devil. "What evil plot are you cooking up?" She gave him an innocent look. "Nothing. I'm not cooking anything."
What do you want me to do?
Just come with me. She grabbed his arm, and he had no choice. He stood and followed her. She brought him into the mudroom. Put on your coat.
Wait, we're going somewhere? It's dark out.
She shook her head. Not that dark, and we're not driving. He stared at her. She was certifiable. What in the world was she planning? We're walking? Are you insane? She laughed and shrugged into her red peacoat. Nope.
You are. You're insane, and you're bringing me along with you.
He tried not to smile, but his lips wouldn't cooperate. She was something else. Her zeal for life was infectious, even though he was afraid of what she was going to make him do. Just get your coat on, you big baby. She lightly slapped his chest. He was apprehensive, but he obeyed.
We're not going too far, are we?
Nope.
Okay, good. It's below freezing, you know.
She grinned at him. I know.
And you have no snow boots, remember?
We won't be walking in the snow. He looked outside, the whole backyard a blanket of white.
Really?
Really. She hooked her arm through his after he got his gloves on. Let's go. They walked out the back door, and she led him down the driveway. The air was chilly, but the wind wasn't blowing, so it wasn't bad. As they continued to walk down the winding drive, he grew more confused.
Are we walking to town?
Nope. Her smile grew. Stop guessing. It will be more fun as a surprise.
You're sure?
Yes. He let her lead them until they came to the driveway to the miller's house.
Wait, we're going to the neighbors?
Yes. He looked down at her empty hands.
If we're bringing them Christmas cookies, you may have forgotten something.
We're not bringing them cookies. Dorothy and I did that already. We had a lovely visit. Your neighbors are really nice.
Then what are we doing?
All right, I guess I can tell you now. We're going Christmas caroling. He stopped short.
No, we're not.
She smiled up at him. Oh, come on, she said, tugging on his arm. It will put you in the holiday spirit.
I'm in the holiday spirit. I bought presents for everyone. They're already wrapped and under the tree.
Charley giggled. I know, but this will be fun. You need to try it.
I already know that singing in front of people isn't fun.
She made a face. How do you know that? He tried to figure out a good answer for her.
My 3rd grade program. I had a singing part and I messed up and all the kids laughed at me.
Oh, you won't mess up. It's just We Wish You a Merry Christmas. You know that one, right? He knew the song, but he was not going to sing it to the neighbors.
Sorry, I'll have to sit this one out.
He turned back toward his house. Party pooper, you're such an old man. He swiveled to her.
What did you call me?
She folded her arms. You heard me, unless you're hard of hearing, too. He knew she was teasing him, baiting him so he would go caroling with her. He saw her lips twitch and knew this was a game. And then he got an idea. If she was going to play this game with him, he would find a way to win. Fine, I'll go, just to show you I'm not an old man. Her grin couldn't hide itself. You'll like it, I promise.
Oh, he knew he would.
They marched up to the miller's front door, and Charley pressed the bell. When their 7-year-old son opened the door, he started singing with her. He belted it out as loud as he could. The kid yelled over his shoulder, Mom, some people are at the door singing. His mother came to the door, a dish rag in hand. Oh, it's carolers, sweetie. When the song was done, Alexander called out, Now in German. He started making up words that sounded German, singing to the tune of We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Charley looked startled at first, but then joined in, making up words like Dankehausen and inserting city names into the mix. He almost laughed when she said Frankenstein, but held it together. When they finished the song, he called out, Now Charley's going to sing it in Chinese.
Take it away, Charley." She threw on a plastic smile for a second, then started in on her fake Chinese words, tossing in some chow mein, a soy sauce, and he swore he heard "going to kill you" in there as well. When she was done, Charley threw her arms out and bowed, so he did the same. Mrs. Miller seemed confused, but she clapped her hands anyway. "Very nice. Thank you." Charley tugged him off the porch and down the walkway. When they were a few feet out, she slapped his arm and laughed. "I can't believe you did that. You are so dead." "It will be worth it. The look on your face when I started singing in German, oh man, it was priceless." Her laughter rang out over the trees. "Who knew you had it in you?" He shrugged. He hadn't done anything like that since he was a child and would play silly pranks on his friend. He chuckled. "I don't think anyone knew it. Not even me. It was pure Rocket Man inspiration." "Rocket Man?" "Oh, don't tell me you haven't seen it." "Nope." "We'll have to remedy that right away." She laughed. "All right." They walked back home, Alexander feeling like he hadn't felt in years. Chapter 19. Charley spent Monday traveling back and forth to Goodwill. The garage was looking great by the end of the day. Only one pile of boxes in the corner left to go through. If she hurried, she'd be done before Christmas. That thought made her stop mid-step. Did she want to go home before Christmas? She'd been planning on being there. She bought presents for everyone. She'd imagined spending Christmas Day with Alexander. But if she kept up this pace, she'd be all done and would have no reason to stay longer. For some reason, this depressed her. She stared at the truck loaded with boxes as Millie jumped into a pile of snow. Maybe she should wait until morning to take them. The sun was getting low in the sky, and she knew Alexander didn't like her driving at night. She brushed her hands off on her skirt. That settled it. She'd wait until morning to take them over. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. Maybe they wouldn't even be open. She might have to wait until the day after Christmas. Yep, that made sense. She'd take the load in after Christmas. She picked up Millie and lowered the garage door, carrying the kitten into the kitchen. Dorothy was at the stove, putting seasoning into something that smelled delicious. A box from Amazon sat on the counter. "How's Paul doing?" Dorothy gave her a side smile, then went back to cooking. "He's doing well." "Did you call him?" "We've been talking." Charley squealed and bounced on her toes. "Are you serious? Are you guys going to go out?" "Maybe." Dorothy opened the cupboard and grabbed the pepper. Millie squirmed to get down, and Charley set her down on the tile floor. She scampered off toward the bowl Dorothy always kept full of dry cat food. "Maybe? What does that mean? Did you guys make plans?" Dorothy waved her hand at Charley. "Now, stop your fussing. We'll make plans when we get around to it." "How often do you talk on the phone?" "Every day." "What?" Charley leaned against the counter. "And he hasn't asked you out?" Dorothy turned to her and smiled. "We're taking things slow." "Well, don't take things too slow. I'm dying to hear about it when you go out." "I don't kiss and tell." She motioned toward the door. "Now get out of my kitchen. I'll let you know when dinner is ready." Charley laughed and walked toward the door. "All right, fine. But I'm not letting you get away with that forever. I want details." Dorothy didn't answer, but her lips curled up into a smile. Charley shook her head as she exited the kitchen and walked toward the living room. Maybe she'd read some more of that book she'd started the other day. Millie followed after her as she walked. Charley scooped the kitten up and snuggled into her fur. "You still thinking you'll take that cat with you when you go?" Charley turned to see Alexander behind her. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and her heart skipped a beat. Dang, he looked amazing. "Yes," she said, trying to keep her voice even. "If that's still okay." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "That's fine. Why wouldn't it be?"
Maybe if you decided you wanted to keep her." The kitten hopped out of her hands and skittered across the floor.
"What's she after now?"
Alexander said. "I don't know." Charley and Alexander followed the kitten as she ran through the house. She stopped outside of the sunroom, her head down low, her tail twitching. "What are you doing, Millie?" Charley took a step toward her, but Alexander put his hand on her arm.
"Wait, let's watch."
Millie wiggled her behind, hunching and twitching. As Charley waited for Millie to move, she could feel the warmth from Alexander standing right behind her. Her heart sped up, and it didn't help that she could now smell him. She wanted to turn around and stuff her face into his chest and sniff, but she thought maybe he wouldn't react the best to that, so she forced herself to remain still. Millie pounced, and Charley stepped into the room to see what she had jumped on. A little mouse tail swung wildly out from under Millie's paws. And then Millie jumped back, and the mouse ran toward the wall.
"Thomas,"
Alexander called. He appeared a second later, and Charley wondered how he always did that. "Yes?" Thomas asked. Alexander turned to Thomas, a frown on his face.
"We have mice. Can you call an exterminator?"
"Right away, sir." He left the room. Charley watched Millie gear up to pounce again as the mouse paused along the baseboard. "Do you have to exterminate? It's just one little baby mouse." She picked up Millie, who gave her a dirty look. The mouse ran behind a potted plant.
"Since when do you see just one mouse? And if it's a baby, that means there are parents here too, and probably siblings. You wouldn't want them getting into your food or crawling in bed with you."
The thought made her shudder, but she didn't like the idea of killing them either. "I could pick up some no-kill traps. Mice love peanut butter. Just a dab in the trap and we'll catch this guy. And we could set more out for his family." Alexander shook his head, but she could see the smile just behind his lips.
"You're not going to let me get an exterminator, are you?"
"It's your home, but look at the cute little mouse." She pointed as the creature ran between two plants. "It's defenseless. We could take care of the problem without killing it." Alexander gave her a look that she couldn't quite interpret. Then he turned and called out,
"Thomas."
The butler appeared. "Yes?"
"Don't call the exterminator."
"Would you like me to get some no-kill traps, sir?" Alexander chuckled.
"Heard the whole thing, didn't you?"
Thomas smiled.
"Of course." "Then, yes, you can go get some traps and set them up around the house."
After Thomas left, he turned to Charley. "Happy?" She couldn't stop smiling. "Extremely." The kitten squirmed and she walked out of the sunroom, waiting until Alexander was out to shut the door and put the cat down. Millie pawed at the closed door. "Come on, kitty. I have a ball of yarn you can play with in the living room." As if she heard and understood, Millie started toward the living room. Alexander chuckled.
"How did you do that?"
She gave him a silly grin. "I'm magic." He slowed.
"I was beginning to wonder if you were."
She sent him a questioning glance. The smile faded from his face, and he turned to her. She didn't have much space in the hallway, and she ended up with her back against the wall, looking up at him. He slowly reached out and touched her cheek. Charley tried to calm the panic rising in her. Was he going to kiss her again? Was he going to tell her he loved her and then take it back, like he did before? And why did she find herself almost wishing he would? That was crazy. She wasn't in love with him. She just had a silly crush. Well, a big crush. He was handsome and enigmatic. She was attracted to him in an insane way, but love? No way. It couldn't be. His finger trailed down her jawline.
"You brought Christmas back into my life."
Oh, was that all? And was that disappointment that weighed on her chest? She let out a breath that she didn't realize she was holding. "That wasn't me. You're the one who decided to let me decorate and bake cookies."
"It's more than just the tinsel. You brought something back into my life that I was missing."
That, too, wasn't her. He was getting into the Christmas spirit. He wasn't falling in love with her. He was feeling the warmth of this special time of year. She forced a smile. "You're welcome." He paused before stepping back and putting his hands behind him.
"You are pretty amazing."
"You'll be happy to know, then, that I should be able to finish up the garage tomorrow." The words were out before she could stop them, and she pinched her lips together. She wasn't going to tell him that. She was going to wait until after Christmas to finish. Alexander raised his eyebrows at her.
"Really?"
Great. Now she was stuck. She had to tell him. "Yes, I only have a few more boxes to go through."
"Oh."
He scratched at his chin.
"Then will you leave tomorrow?"
Did he want her to leave? She'd been hoping to stay for Christmas, but now with him asking if she was going to leave, she wasn't sure if she was invited. Trying to decode what to say, she shifted her weight.
I mean, you don't have to leave, if you don't want to. You could stay another day, so you're not spending Christmas in an airport."
He dipped his chin and broke eye contact. Relief flooded through her. He did want her to stay. "I will leave after Christmas." He smiled at her.
"Good, because I want to see you open your presents."
That evening at the dinner table, Alexander called Dorothy and Thomas to the table. He stood.
"I would like us all to have Christmas dinner together. Then I would invite you to the living room to open presents."
Thomas looked like his eyes were going to pop out of his head. Dorothy smiled and nodded her head. "That would be lovely."
"Thank you. You are dismissed."
After they left, Charley smiled at Alexander. "You're turning into an old softy." He chuckled.
"Am I?"
"I think so. Keep going down this road and soon you'll be a regular nice guy." He dipped his spoon in his chicken noodle soup and raised one eyebrow.
"We wouldn't want that now, would we? I mean, it would ruin the whole vibe I have going on here."
Millie scampered into the room, batting the ball of yarn Charley had given her, leaving string along the floor as she went. Alexander's gaze followed the kitten as she ran after the ball under a chair leg, then threw to the other side. She continued to hit the ball until it rolled into the kitchen.
"You will clean that up, right?"
Charley giggled. "No, I thought I'd use it to create a maze and hide your present at the end of it."
"Not a bad idea."
She hid her smile as she ate a bite of noodles and chicken. They ate for a few minutes before Charley couldn't stand the silence anymore. "Do you have any Christmas Eve traditions?"
"Nope."
He went back to his soup, but then he paused.
"But I bet you do."
"How did you guess?"
"What are they?"
"We always ate shrimp cocktail and beef stroganoff."
He laughed. "What? I would have thought you'd eat ham or something."
Charley shrugged and stirred her soup. "That's my father's favorite, and my mom loves to make it for him."
"What else?"
Thinking about Christmas Eve with her family was making her miss Florida. She swallowed back the homesickness. "We always bought a gift basket for a family in need. We'd fill it with fruit and some gifts for the kids. On Christmas Eve, we would deliver it to their doorstep, ring the bell, and run away." Alexander's expression softened. "That's sweet." "It always made me feel so good to do something nice for someone else anonymously. It helped me get into the holiday spirit."
"Would you do anything else on Christmas Eve?"
Charley thought about it. "Not really a tradition, but we'd often watch a Christmas movie before bed."
"Sounds nice."
Charley smiled at him. "Yes, it was." Chapter 20. Alexander awoke the next day with an energy he hadn't had in a long time. He talked to Dorothy last night. He wanted to surprise Charley with her family's Christmas Eve traditions, and Dorothy was on board. But in order to accomplish everything, he had to take a trip into town. His first stop was the church. He hadn't stepped foot in it in over 2 years. It felt good when he walked in the door. His next stop was the store. It took a while, but he found the perfect basket and filled it with food and other things, then had them wrap it in cellophane and put a bow on it. It took him longer than he'd expected, but he was back by 3 in the afternoon. As he pulled up, Charley was loading a box into the back of his truck. She waved at him as he parked his car and got out. "Merry Christmas Eve!" He chuckled.
Merry Christmas Eve to you, too.
"I just finished the last box. I'll take this last load into town and then sweep up. Looks like you have 3 boxes for the auction." He nodded.
Okay. Do you mind if I go with you to town? I have a delivery I'd like you to help me make.
She only paused a second before covering her surprise with a smile. "Sure." When she was inside getting her purse, he hid the gift basket he'd purchased in the back of the truck. When she came out, he opened the door for her and held out his hand to help her up.
When she had trouble climbing in, he chuckled. "Do you want a step stool?"
She gave him a dirty look. "Hey, no making fun of my height, or lack of it, on Christmas Eve." He put on an innocent face.
"Just trying to help."
"Sure." She stuck her tongue out, but a smile flitted across her lips. He got in the driver's seat and turned on the engine.
"First, we'll go drop these boxes off at Goodwill. Then we'll run my errand."
"Sounds fine." When he pulled up to the back of the building, he turned to her.
"I'll unload the truck. You sit tight."
"No, I can help." She unbuckled. He did not want her to see what he'd hidden in the truck bed.
"Stay. I'll get it. You can listen to Christmas music."
He turned on the radio, and that did it. She grinned. "All right." He got out and unloaded the boxes. When he got back in, she was singing along to Santa Baby, which was perfect because her socks today were red with black buckles, making them look like Santa's belt.
"Okay, let's go run my errand."
"Where are we going?" He shrugged and tried to look innocent.
"Nowhere special. Just have to deliver something."
She crossed her legs. "That's fine." As he drove, she sang to the radio. He followed the directions that the pastor had given him this morning and pulled off the road into a neighborhood. As he pulled up to the white house, Charley looked out the window. "Is this it? What are you doing?"
"We're delivering a Christmas basket to a family in need."
Charley stared at him, her eyes getting wide. "Seriously?"
"Yes."
"This house?" She pointed.
"Yes. They have 3 kids, and the father just lost his job."
She waved her hands frantically. "Well, don't stop in front of the house. They'll see us. Hurry, go!" He pulled back out into the street.
"I didn't know. I've never done anything like this before. Where should I park?"
Charley giggled, growing animated. "Turn the corner, then park a block away. And we really should have done this at night so there's less chance of being spotted, but since we're here, we'll do it now."
He hadn't thought about the time of day. "Oh, sorry."
"No, it's okay. It's really sweet you're doing this." She pointed to the curb. "Okay, pull over here." He stopped the car and turned off the engine.
"I'll get the basket. You go run it to the door."
She shook her head. "Oh no, I'm not doing this alone. You're coming with me."
"What?" He hadn't thought he'd be doing the ding-dong ditch. "Why?"
"Because that's the fun part. Come on." She hopped out of the truck, and he followed suit. He lifted the basket out of the back of the truck, and Charley clapped her hands. "That looks amazing."
"I wasn't sure what toys to put in it, so the pastor helped me. They're just little things, but I also put a gift card in there so the parents can get them what they need."
Charley looped her arm around his. "It's perfect. Let's go." They walked down the sidewalk and turned the corner. When they were in front of the house, Charley ducked down and tugged on his arm. "Don't let them see you out the windows." He wasn't sure how crouching down was going to make them not see him, but he did it anyway. They ran up the porch steps, and he set the basket down. Charley rang the doorbell, then she grabbed his hand, and they ran down the steps. As they turned the corner, they heard a little kid yelling, "Hey! Someone left this on our porch!" Charley giggled, and they ran to the truck. She opened her door, and he helped her climb in. When he was in the driver's seat, she turned to him, her eyes moist. "That was the sweetest thing anyone has ever done for me." She leaned over and kissed his cheek. His throat tightened as his emotions swelled. They'd just helped someone else, yet she was grateful for what he'd done for her. She was an amazing woman. It was nothing. "No." She put her hand on his. "You went through a lot of trouble just to give me an opportunity to not miss out on this Christmas Eve tradition. That was really thoughtful of you, and I know it's going to mean a lot to that family." He wasn't sure how to respond, so he just tossed her a smile and turned the steering wheel, pulling out into the street. "This is going to be a wonderful Christmas Eve." Charley couldn't believe Alexander had set that up. He'd even talked to a pastor from a church to find a family in need. She was astounded. He did all of that to make Christmas Eve a special day for her. She tried not to sit there in the truck grinning like a fool, but it was difficult. He'd made her so happy. When he pulled up to the house, he opened the garage and started pulling in. "Hey," Charley said, "I still need to sweep in there." "You can sweep another day. Dorothy will have dinner on the table soon. Besides, I want to enjoy my garage. I haven't been able to park in here for over a year." "Okay." They got out of the car. When Charley entered the kitchen, the smell hit her and her heart swelled. "Are you making beef stroganoff?" Dorothy nodded. "Yep, a special order from the master of the house." Charley turned to Alexander and threw her arms around him. "You did this for me, too?" He smiled, his laugh lines crinkling. "I didn't know I would get such a reaction." She let go of him, suddenly embarrassed with the way she'd thrown herself at him. "Sorry, I'm just excited." "Then let's see what you do when you find out about the shrimp cocktail." He gave her a devilish grin, and her heart stuttered a bit in her chest. Why did he have to be so handsome? "Get out," Charley said, hitting his arm playfully. "They're chilling in the fridge," Dorothy said. "You guys are the best." Charley gave Dorothy a kiss on the cheek. "I just thought since I didn't have any Christmas Eve traditions that we'd take on yours." "Then I guess we get to watch a Christmas movie tonight?" Alexander nodded. "Whatever movie you want." "Even Die Hard?" He made a face. "Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie." "I beg to differ." "I guess you can pick whatever you want," he said, shaking his head. "We can stream it." She grinned at him. "I'm feeling the power." She turned to the cupboard. "Do you need me to set the table, Dorothy?" "That would be nice, dear." Alexander reached up and grabbed the plates from the cupboard. "I'll help." Charley pulled open the drawer to get the silverware. As they set the table, she watched him. The change in him over the past 9 days had been astonishing. When she first arrived, she didn't think he'd ever smile. She wasn't sure he was capable of laughing. And now, to look at him, he wasn't the same person. He had a different countenance, and it made him even more hot. She had a hard time being in the same room with him without going weak in the knees. He could totally get a job as a fashion model. He raised his eyebrows at her as he set down a plate. "What?" Ooh, he caught her staring. Not cool. She casually walked around the table. "Nothing. Just thinking." "About me?" Now what was she supposed to say? It had to be obvious. She was staring at him. She could feel her cheeks turn pink. "Maybe?" "Good thoughts, I hope." Her face flamed. Maybe she should change the subject. "Yes. How about those Yankees, huh?" He gave her a weird look. "I don't follow sports." "Neither do I," she said under her breath. "Is it hot in here? Because I'm a little hot."
I can adjust the temperature.
No, I'll be fine. She fanned her face. She just needed to stop staring at him and thinking about how good-looking he was. That's all. Charley was able to control herself better during dinner. The food was delicious, as usual, and she gave Dorothy a huge hug afterward for being such a dear to make her family's traditional meal. Then, she and Alexander went down to his basement to watch a movie.
Have you picked what you want to watch yet?
Let's see what's on Netflix. Alexander sat down on the couch and picked up the remote. She sat next to him and tucked her legs under her. He scrolled through the holiday movies until Charley pointed to the screen. That one.
Elf?
Yes, that's the one. Haven't you seen it?
Nope.
Then we definitely have to watch it. You'll love it. You're a funny movie guy, and this one is the funniest. He grabbed the fleece blanket and put it over her before he clicked to turn on the movie. She snuggled into it. Thanks. How did you know I was cold?
It's chilly in this basement.
Do you want some of the blanket? She didn't wait for his answer, but put half of it over him.
Thanks.
The movie was hilarious, but before she knew it, the early morning got to her and her eyelids began to droop. The next thing she knew, the room was silent and she was laying on something warm. Had she fallen asleep? She must have. She had that sleepy, foggy head thing going on. Where was she? Oh no. She remembered she was in the TV room and the only thing she could be laying on was Alexander. She opened her eyes and he smiled at her, his arm on her shoulders.
Have a nice nap?
She opened her mouth to answer when she felt something down the side of her chin and she froze. Dear heavens, it couldn't be, could it? Had she drooled? Please, no, not that. She casually wiped her chin. Mortification heated her cheeks. It was, indeed, wet. She prayed he hadn't seen the disgusting drool slipping down her chin. Sorry, I didn't realize how tired I was.
That's okay. I didn't mind being your pillow.
She looked to make sure she hadn't left a puddle of drool on his shirt. Luckily, there was nothing there. She breathed out a sigh of relief. Did you like the movie?
It was great. Thanks for suggesting it.
He looked like he was holding back a chuckle. She chose to believe he was laughing about the movie, and not the slobber on her face. Chapter 21. Alexander paced in his bedroom, a dress shirt and a sweater on his bed.
He had no idea what to wear. It was Christmas Day. He'd put on his navy blue slacks, but he wasn't sure if he should dress up or not. Charley seemed to like it when he dressed casually, but he didn't want to be too casual on a special day. He scratched the back of his neck, undecided.
A gentle knock came on his door. He opened it to see Charley standing there. Her gaze traveled to his bare chest before snapping back up to his eyes. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Just wanted to know if you were up for a game. Dorothy and Thomas and I are starting a game of Skip-Bo, and we'll deal you in if you'd like.
He hadn't played a card game in years.
Sure, he said, taking in her sweater, skirt, and striped socks. I'll be down in a minute. She smiled and turned, walking down the hallway. Great, she called out. He decided to mimic Charley and slipped on the sweater. Then he jaunted down the stairs. He heard laughter coming from the parlor. When he entered, Thomas waved him over. We saved you a seat. He sat in the empty chair across from Charley. She pointed to the stack of cards in front of him. You've played this game, right?
It's been a long time.
She quickly explained the game, and he turned the first card over on his stack. A 12. He groaned. I'm already losing. Charley laughed. Don't worry, we'll build up the piles soon enough, and then it will cycle through. They played the game for a while, Thomas taking the lead. Charley turned to him. I didn't know you were so cutthroat. Thomas laughed. Just playing the game, ma'am. Alexander leaned back in his chair and looked at Charley.
I'm curious what these two would think about your question."
She gave him a puzzled look. "What question?"
"About intelligent life on other planets."
"Oh, yes." She pulled out her phone. "Let me find that." She scrolled through her phone for a second. "Here it is. If evidence came out of intelligent life on other planets, would it change your core beliefs?"
Thomas shook his head. "No, not at all."
Dorothy made a face. "Seriously? I don't believe in aliens."
"I've seen a UFO,"
Thomas said. "Get out!" Charley slapped the table and everyone laughed. "When?"
"I was in the Navy in the 70s. We all saw it flying over us. It had 3 bright lights and it looked enormous."
Dorothy raised her eyebrows. "And you think it was an alien spaceship?"
"I know it was."
"How do you know?" Charley asked. Everyone stared at Thomas as he leaned forward in his chair. He paused before speaking.
"It asked for directions."
Charley laughed and slapped Thomas's shoulder. "I never knew you were such a tease." He chuckled.
"But we did see the UFO. No one could tell what it was, and when we tried to find out if the Air Force had something flying around, everyone denied it."
"So you think it was from another planet?" He shrugged and picked up his cards.
"Could have been. I really don't know."
Alexander pointed to Charley's phone.
"Can I look at that app?"
"Sure." She tossed her phone at him, then drew her cards. Alexander scrolled through the questions.
"Here's a good one. What's the craziest thing you've ever done?"
Charley laughed and then slapped her hand over her mouth. Alexander set her phone down.
"Okay, spill it."
Charley's cheeks turned pink. "Do I have to?" "You do now," Dorothy said, giving her a frown. "Or we'll just imagine something much worse than what you actually did." "All right." Charley leaned forward. "My best friend and I were bored one night, so we were out looking for something to do. It was a warm evening, so we went to the park. We heard music. It was innocent enough at first. We just wanted to know who was playing our favorite song."
"What happened?"
Alexander said. "We found where the music was coming from. A large group of people were milling about. There was punch and some people were dancing on this raised platform. A guy came up to me and asked me to dance. What was I supposed to do? Say no? And then my friend got asked, and we decided just to go with it."
"You crashed a party?"
Alexander tried not to laugh, but was unsuccessful. "A wedding. We didn't know what was going on until someone asked if I knew the groom or bride. No one was dressed up. There weren't even any flowers." "That's funny," Dorothy said. "What did you do?" "My friend said we were friends of the bride, and we just stayed and danced."
"Did anyone find out?"
Thomas asked. "Nope. The couple never noticed us, and we never saw any of them again afterwards. So it ended up being a crazy thing without us meaning to do it." "I think it's funny you just stayed and danced." Dorothy played a Skip-Bo card. "I've never crashed a wedding, but I did once go on a blind date, and I ended up sitting and talking to the wrong guy." Everyone laughed. Thomas drew his cards.
"How did that happen?"
"We were meeting at a coffee shop. He said he'd be the one reading a book. I guess there are more guys reading at coffee shops than we thought." They played games until lunchtime. Alexander enjoyed the time spent with the staff, which surprised him. He'd never done anything like that before Charley came around. She was a breath of fresh air. And she was leaving the next day. The thought soured his stomach. He didn't want her to go. But what could he do about it? There was no way to keep her there. She would leave no matter what. Charley squirmed on her chair as Alexander pulled the next present from under the tree and looked at the tag. "That's for Thomas. You should know that. It's from you. Would you hurry up?" He gave her a scowl before his lips twitched, betraying him.
"Let me pass them out, will you?"
"Maybe I should do it, if you want to open them before New Year's Eve." He waved his hand at her.
"You're such a child."
When he'd finally passed all the gifts out, he sat beside her on the couch.
"Why don't you open one first, since you're so antsy?"
"We should just rip into them, all open at once." Charley couldn't help it. She wanted to get into the gifts. She gave him a sly grin.
"We can't do that. That's anarchy."
"Anarchy? Seriously?" She made a face at him. Alexander pointed to the gift on top of her pile.
"Open this one. It's from Dorothy."
She rolled her eyes, but did as he said. It was a book they'd talked about that Charley had wanted to read. "Did you get this one from Amazon? Did Paul deliver this perchance?" Dorothy blushed. "Maybe." "Well, I love it. Thank you." Everyone took turns opening gifts. When Alexander opened the bird-identifying book she'd picked out for him, he swallowed and clenched his jaw. She could see the emotion playing across his face. Everyone sat still, waiting for him to react. But when he didn't say anything, Charley jumped in. "If you don't like it, I can take it back," she said quickly, worried she'd made him upset.
"No."
He turned to her.
"I love it. I've always loved bird watching, and this will be perfect."
He put his arm around her and pulled her close.
"Thank you."
Charley opened the gift from Alexander next. He'd bought her a set of 12 socks, a pair for each major month of the year. They featured all of the holidays and seasons. She squeaked and gave him a hug. "These are awesome!"
"I thought of you when I saw them."
"They're perfect!" After they opened all of their gifts, Charley got up to get a drink from the kitchen. On her way back to the living room, she turned the corner and ran into Alexander in the hallway, bouncing off his chest.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, reaching out and catching her before she fell.
"I didn't realize you'd be coming back so quickly."
"Sorry." He stared down at her, his expression growing sober.
"Charley, I wanted to tell you—"
Something above caught her attention and she looked up. "Hey, we're under the mistletoe!" The second the words were out, she wished she could take them back. What was she doing? Flirting with him? She swallowed the lump in her throat, suddenly nervous he was going to kiss her. But at the same time, a growing part of her longed for it. He glanced up as well.
"Did you put that there?"
"No, must have been Dorothy." Oh no, why was her voice so breathy? How embarrassing. It sounded like she was being sultry on purpose, which was not the case. He leaned closer.
"What should we do about it?"
Warmth traveled over her. He was asking her for permission. And for some insane reason, she wanted to give it to him. "It's tradition. We might not have a choice." A smile played on his lips.
"You're right. We don't have a choice."
As he bent his head closer to her, she found herself rising up on her toes to meet him. His lips captured hers, and she closed her eyes. The first thing that flitted through her mind was that this was what love felt like. The thought took her aback, and she almost broke the kiss. Love? She couldn't be in love with Alexander. She barely knew him. But as her thoughts swirled around in her head, she knew that wasn't true. She knew his demons. She knew he had been hurting. And she knew what his heart longed for. Connection, stability, and love. She had felt it this first week and a half. She knew he wanted to find love again, and she longed to show him he was worth loving. His kiss was slow and thorough, sending jolts of electricity through her bones. She didn't want him to stop, but fear wormed its way into her heart. She shouldn't be thinking this way. She couldn't heal his broken heart. She was leaving tomorrow. She had plans, had a life back home. She couldn't leave it for what? She had no place in Alexander's world. She was just the hired girl, the one he took advantage of to get her to clean out his garage. The realization hit her and she pulled back from him. Was he taking advantage of her? Why was he kissing her? She stared up at him, suddenly needing answers. "What are we doing?" He seemed confused by the question.
"Kissing."
"I know." She stepped away from him, unable to express her feelings correctly. "But what are we really doing?" He straightened up, plastering on a reserved smile.
"Nothing. Sorry. I didn't mean anything by it."
And that's what she knew deep down inside. He didn't mean anything by it. And she needed to get out of there before she started to care more for him than she already did. She nodded. "Right. Just mistletoe." Saying those words made her realize just how much she'd allowed herself to get wrapped up in this whole situation. She was there to clean the garage. Nothing more. How had she made it her mission to bring Christmas back into his life? Why had she inserted herself in as the role of the person who was to heal him of his broken heart? She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "We'd better clean up." He nodded.
"Yes. There's wrapping paper everywhere."
Charley turned away from him, her heart in her throat. She couldn't keep doing this, kissing him and then regretting it. She swallowed, thankful that this was going to end tomorrow. Her heart couldn't take any more of it. Chapter 22. Alexander awoke the next day to the sound of someone outside scraping ice.
Was that Charley? Was she leaving already?
He jumped out of bed and quickly dressed. Had she purchased plane tickets? He had thought maybe she was staying another day. He rushed outside, not bothering to put on a coat. Charley blushed when she saw him and held up the ice scraper. "I borrowed this from your truck. I hope you don't mind."
"You're leaving?"
He didn't mean to sound angry, it just came out that way. "Yes, I'm sorry. My flight leaves in 3 hours, and I don't want to have to rush in the Denver traffic. I hope I didn't wake you."
She had, but that wasn't the point.
He stared at the exhaust puffing out of the tailpipe. Why was he feeling so blindsided? He knew she was going to leave.
"I didn't realize you'd already purchased a ticket."
She nodded. "I got one last night. It was the last seat on the plane. I was lucky to get it."
"I see."
He folded his arms. He had a sudden urge to beg her to stay, but that was stupid. She'd only been there for one reason. He had no hold on her. He couldn't even get upset that she was leaving. He knew she would leave all along. He peered into the passenger seat and saw the cat carrier.
"You have Millie all ready to go?"
"Yes. She didn't fight me getting into the carrier. Hopefully she won't be too nervous on the plane."
"That's good."
He looked around at the snow-covered trees.
"I'll go get your check."
She continued to scrape her car. "Thanks." He went inside the house, his gut twisting. Was he going to just let Charley walk out of his life, after what they'd shared? He pulled out his checkbook, working his jaw. What else could he do? He couldn't see an alternative. He had no reason to ask her to stay. He wrote the check and went back outside in the cold. Charley took it from him and put it in her pocket. "Well, I guess this is it." She stood there, looking awkward. He wanted to give her a hug, but that was odd, so he took a step back and shoved his fists into his pockets.
"Travel safely."
She lowered the windshield scraper, staring at him. Suddenly, she threw her arms around him and gave him a hug. "Thanks for making this Christmas memorable," she said, her voice holding emotion. He put his arms around her, unable to think of a response. She let go and stepped back. "Bye."
"Goodbye, Charley."
She handed him the scraper and got into the rental car. He stood there and watched as she drove down the driveway and disappeared into the trees. He didn't feel the wind whipping through his sweater. He only felt the sting of loss as the most amazing woman he'd ever met left him. He exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. There was nothing he could do. She was not his, and he could not claim hold on her. he walked slowly back into his house, the emptiness echoing through his chest. Charley gripped the steering wheel, her heart in her throat. She was hoping she wouldn't have to see Alexander before she left. She didn't know if she could take saying goodbye to him. Her crush on him had grown into astronomical proportions. She was completely fixated on him, and she needed to get a grip on reality. As she drove, she told herself she wasn't going to think about him anymore. She had to get back home and grow her appraisal business. Sitting around and wishing she were back at the mansion with Alexander wasn't going to do anyone any good. Besides, if her father had found out she'd kissed him, repeatedly, he would be livid. She had acted so unprofessionally. Her face burned as she tried to get the image of him in the hot tub out of her head. Why had she insisted he go in it with her? She had been so stupid. She'd acted like a silly schoolgirl. And now she was paying the price. Her heart ached as she pulled out onto the highway. She had seen such a change in Alexander. He'd gone from a grumpy, mean man to actually joking around with her. When they had gone caroling to the neighbors, she thought she was going to laugh for a week at his antics. He had really surprised her. But the job was done, and she would never see him again. She couldn't spend her time wishing things were different. If only she had met him at a different time in her life. If he lived in Florida. If she were older. These thoughts swirled around her head as she passed by semi-trucks. She needed to stop. She had to get back to real life, and that meant going home and forgetting about Alexander. She turned on the radio, but only felt the loss even more dramatically as a love song came on. She clicked it off and let silence fill the car. Chapter 23. Alexander turned off the music app, silencing the room. He sat back in his office chair and stared out the window. A row of tulips was starting to bloom in his flower bed. It had been 4 months since Charley had left, and all the snow was gone. He sighed and looked back at his phone. The music did nothing for him. Why had the music uplifted him when Charley had been here? He'd tried repeatedly to get the same results after she'd left, but he couldn't get that same feeling back. When she'd left, she'd taken the magic out of the music. He glanced over at the corner where he'd kept Millie's food bowl. It was empty. He hated to admit it, but he missed that little kitten. He knew Charley would be taking good care of her. He wondered what Charley was doing right now. For the millionth time, he thought about calling her, but then he shook his head. Why would he call her? What would he say? He had no reason to call. No reason to talk to her. He was just lonely. That was all. Dorothy came into the room, and he turned to glare at her. What? Don't you snap at me. Just because you can't get up the nerve to talk to that woman doesn't mean you can take it out on me. Alexander tried to smooth his features out. You don't know what you're talking about. She took a step toward him and put her hands on her hips. What were you just thinking about? He was not going to tell her what she wanted to hear. My music app. Really? Because I'd bet you $1,000 you were thinking about Charley. He scowled at her, but didn't deny it. Dorothy's features softened. Aren't you tired of missing her? I'm tired of being alone. That's not the same. Look at you. You're back to the grumpy person you were before she came. You mope around the house all day. You're not even in here working. You're staring at your phone, wishing you could talk to her. He shook his head. How do you do that? How can you know all those things? I have eyeballs. He rubbed his temple. I can't do anything about it. She thinks I'm too old. And what would I say to her anyway? Dorothy walked over to his desk and held out her hand. Let me see your phone for a second. He handed it to her. She swiped at the screen a few times. He leaned over to see what she was doing, but she turned away. A second later, she handed it back. There.
What did you do?
I texted her.
You what?
He stood up and his chair shot backwards. He looked at the screen. His phone had sent a message to Charley.
Hey, how are you?
Alexander wanted to yell at Dorothy, but he was too mesmerized by the tiny dots blinking, indicating that Charley was texting him back. She had read his message and was responding. He stared at the phone, waiting for her responses to come through. I'm fine. How are you? She hadn't said anything spectacular, but still his heart beat wildly in his chest. Dorothy leaned over to look at the message. Well, I'll let you chat with her. I just wanted to say your lunch is ready.
Okay, thanks.
He sat back down in his chair, not caring about lunch. Charley wanted to know how he was doing. He hesitated, not sure what he should say. Finally, he typed out, "Missing you," but then deleted it before sending it. Too strong. He didn't want to scare her away. He'd really messed up when he'd blurted out that he loved her. He had to be cool. Fine. Dorothy had Paul over the other evening. He figured she might be interested to know what was going on with them. Really? OMG, are they a couple now? He smiled as he texted back.
Yes, they've been dating now for a few months.
That's fantastic.
How's Millie doing?
No answer came, and he thought maybe she was busy. He shoved his phone in his pocket and walked into the dining room. Just as he sat down, his phone chimed. He pulled it out and smiled at the photo of a black cat curled up on a blanket. She's fine, growing like a weed. Dorothy came in and set down his bowl of soup. He showed her the photo. Is that Millie? She looks so big now.
I know.
He texted back while Dorothy left to get the sandwiches. She looks like she's doubled in size. Definitely. I think she misses you, though. The words stabbed at his chest as he sat there, staring at them for a full 30 seconds before he responded.
She does?
His heart thumped as he waited for her response. Yes. She seems sad.
Maybe you should bring her back for a visit.
He stared at the words he had typed, his fingers hovering over the send button. Was that too much? Should he delete that? He was about to backspace over it when Dorothy came in and startled him. When he looked down, he sent the message. Crud, he hadn't meant to do that. He waited for her to respond. The dots appeared and then her message came. Maybe I will. He stilled. What did that mean? Was she actually saying she might come back for a visit? Or was she just playing with him? He wasn't sure what to text back, so he set the phone down while he took a bite of his turkey sandwich. Maybe I will. He read the words over and over. As he chewed, he realized if he didn't say anything back, she might get the wrong idea. He picked up the phone and typed a response. I'd like that. Charley sat at her kitchen table, answering emails. The more she scrolled, the more depressed she got. The one and only job she'd gotten had been for Alexander, and it wasn't even an appraisal job at all. She'd been home for 4 months, and no one wanted to hire her. Last night, in desperation, she'd applied at the local diner to wait tables. She had to do something to pay the bills. Millie jumped on her lap and purred. She petted the cat, then set her back down on the floor. Go play with your toy mouse. The kitten just looked at her. Fine, don't do as I say, she said, waving her away. Then guilt made her stomach churn. It wasn't the cat's fault she felt out of sorts. She was grumpy about having to stoop and get a job any high schooler could get. That, and she had hoped to hear from Alexander, but she'd only gotten silence. Not that he had any reason to email her or call her. It was really dumb for her to be upset that he hadn't. Her job with him was done, and that was it. She should be focusing on getting her career going instead of sitting around wondering what Alexander was doing. Her phone chimed and she picked it up. Her heart jumped into her throat. It couldn't be. She blinked and tried to focus.
"Hey, how are you?"
4 simple words, but they sent her pulse racing and made it difficult to breathe. Alexander was texting her. She couldn't believe it. She answered back, "I'm fine. How are you?" They chatted back and forth a little, and then he asked about Millie. She ran to find the kitten to snap a picture of her. After he commented on how much she'd grown, Charley typed in that she thought Millie missed him and hit send before she thought about it.
"She does?"
Charley held her breath as she responded. "Yes, she seems sad." As soon as she hit send, she regretted it. What was she doing? The cat was fine. She was the one who missed him. She was the one who had spent the last 4 months in a funk, not wanting to go out with her friends. Stupid. Her phone chimed and she looked at the screen.
"Maybe you should bring her back for a visit."
Charley almost swallowed her tongue. Was he inviting her to visit him? Was he saying something more in his message than just a simple conversation? Or was she hoping for something that wasn't there? She held her breath and sent a message back. "Maybe I will." When he didn't answer right away, she thought maybe she was being too forward, reading too much into his text. But then her phone vibrated and his answer came back.
"I'd like that."
Hope swelled in her. Maybe he did have feelings for her. But then, why hadn't he contacted her in 4 months? Why didn't he come out and say he missed her? Why was he skirting around the subject? And then she realized it didn't matter. He was still just the man who had tricked her into cleaning out his garage. No matter how much she missed him, she couldn't think of him in any other way. She would forever be a silly young girl to him. And she would never measure up. Chapter 24. Alexander stepped out of the airport, the humid air of Florida hitting him. He gripped his suitcase as he walked toward the rental car station. He tried not to think about what he was about to do. He was not one to grovel, but the past month of texting back and forth with Charley was getting them nowhere. And what he needed to say couldn't be said over the phone. Her messages had been more aloof lately, like she was pulling back from him. He clenched his jaw as he thought about what that might mean. He didn't like the answer. He secured a rental car and drove to the address Charley had given him. By the time he arrived at the apartment complex, the sun had almost set. He wasn't sure if she was home or not, but he had to talk to her now, so he parked the car and took a chance. He jaunted up the walkway and knocked on the door marked 4D. No one answered. He knocked again. The third time he knocked, a blonde woman passed by him. She turned and her gaze traveled over him. "You looking for Charley?" she said, her voice sultry.
"Yes."
"She's at work. You won't catch her until she gets off."
"When will that be?"
"I don't know. Late?" She gave him a smile. "You could wait for her in my apartment."
"No," he said abruptly, then added, "Thank you. Where does she work?"
"At the diner on the corner of 16th and Pine." She pointed and he thanked her once again before climbing back into his rental car. He didn't want to sit around and wait for her. What he had to say couldn't wait. He drove several blocks down to the corner and parked his car. The diner was an old mom-and-pop place with 70s decorating. He walked in and the hostess greeted him. "Table for one?" Why did that always make him grumpy? "Yes," he said, his voice gruff. Then he decided to add, "Can you seat me in Charley's section?" The hostess smiled at him. "Can do." She led him to a booth and he slid onto the seat. She gave him a menu. "Your server will be here soon." She winked at him and then left. He suddenly grew nervous. What would Charley say when she saw him? Would she be angry he came? Or could it be possible she'd be happy? He gripped his menu and glanced around the restaurant. Charley wasn't in sight. His heart pounded as he waited for her to appear. He didn't have to wait long. She walked out of the kitchen holding 2 plates. She wore a uniform with black slacks, which didn't suit her at all. She passed right by him, without notice. After she dropped the plates off at another table, she came around to his booth. She fished her notepad out of her pocket before glancing at him. As soon as her gaze connected with his, she froze. "Alexander, what are you doing here?" He wasn't sure what to say. Seeing her again was a surreal experience. All of his emotions came rushing back to him. He cleared his throat. "I think we need to talk." She raised her eyebrows, but a smile formed on her lips. "Okay, let me talk to Shelley. I'm due for a break anyway. Do you want something to drink?"
"A Coke."
"I'll get it for you and be with you in a second."
Her manner was professional. What was he to expect? That she would give him a hug right there in the diner? She was working. Of course she wouldn't. He waited for her to come back to the table, his nerves making him wonder if this was even a good idea. When Charley finally came back, she set a Coke down in front of him and then slid into the booth. She smiled at him.
"It's good to see you again."
He was so anxious about how she was going to react to what he had to say, he simply nodded and took his soda in his hands. She looked at him apprehensively.
"What did you want to talk about?"
"I need Christmas back in my life," he blurted.
Then he shook his head. That wasn't what he meant to say at all. Charley looked at him, her eyebrows pulled together. "What?"
"What I mean is," he swallowed, "I miss the spirit that you brought into the house."
She smiled at him, although it seemed reserved. "It will come back. Next December."
"No," he said quickly. He was messing this all up. The words weren't coming out right. "You brought that spirit in. It wasn't Christmas, it was you."
Charley stared at him. Then she slowly shook her head. "It wasn't me." She reached across the table and took his hands in hers. "You had shut out everything from your life. You had shut out the joy, the giving, and the love of Christmas. I just showed you how to let it back in."
Was she trying to let him down easy? Did she not feel the same way about him, or was he just blowing it big time? "I miss you," he said, unable to stop himself. Man, he was pathetic.
"I miss you too." She smiled at him, but it was not the smile he remembered. None of the spark was left in her eyes. He swallowed the lump in his throat. She didn't love him. Her emotions were carefully in check. And he needed to get out of there. He stood and pulled out his wallet.
"I made a mistake. I shouldn't have come."
Charley's eyes widened. "I didn't mean—"
"No, this is not your fault."
He tossed a few bills on the table and left while he still had some pride. Chapter 25. Charley hung her apron in her closet, her fingers still shaking. What had that been about? Why had Alexander come all this way? To talk about Christmas? She was confused and shaken up. It had been difficult seeing him again. She had no idea why he'd come to the diner, and it was odd for him to talk about missing Christmas. She went into the kitchen and pulled out a frozen dinner. Yeah, she lived a glamorous life. Just as she punched in the time on the microwave, a knock came at her door. The first thought that entered her head was that maybe Alexander had come. But she shoved it aside. He had said coming was a mistake. He'd left. It couldn't be him. She opened the door and her heart stuttered. It was Alex, and he looked amazing, as always. She couldn't begin to hope as to what this meant. "Hello," she said tentatively. Before she could invite him in, he took a step toward her, wrapped his arms around her, and pressed his lips to hers. Kissing Alexander had always been amazing, but this kiss was sudden, impulsive, and heated. He kissed her with a hunger she hadn't experienced before. Her senses came alive. She gripped his collar and pulled him closer, unable to stop herself from getting wrapped up in the kiss. When he finally pulled away, she gulped in a breath of air. He stared at her, his brown eyes intense.
I'm not good with words. I thought this would be a better way to say what I came here to say.
She couldn't speak. He had muddled her brain and made it impossible to think.
I love you,
he said.
I think I fell in love with you that first day when you showed up in those ridiculous socks. You showed me I was living an empty life. You helped me see I was drowning in my own self-pity, and since you've been gone, I haven't been the same. Her vision blurred as her eyes filled with tears. Alexander loved her? And suddenly, she knew. She loved him too. She loved the way his lips twitched when he didn't want to smile but couldn't hold it in any longer. She loved that he would save a tiny kitten from the cold, and how he put his trust in her. He exhaled. Please say something.
She threw her arms around him and giggled. Don't stress. This time away from you has been terrible. I think somewhere in there, I fell in love with you too. He smiled and pulled her into another embrace.
The age difference doesn't bother you too much to consider being with me?
I spent a couple of hours when I got home looking up famous couples with age differences. Turns out 8 years isn't such a big deal as I originally thought. She grinned at him.
I'm glad, because I wasn't going to leave here without you.
He pressed his lips to hers once more. Millie meowed behind her and Alexander chuckled and pulled back.
I think someone else wants to say hello.
He reached down and picked up the kitten. She licked his nose and he laughed.
Yeah, I missed you too.
Charley couldn't help but laugh. Alexander sobered and turned back to her.
I do have one concern, though.
Her nerves shot through her. What?
You stopped wearing your fun socks. Do you no longer like them?
She grinned and pulled up the slacks the diner made her wear to work. Bright pink and purple flowers showed. He chuckled and kissed the top of her head.
I should have known.
Epilogue. Christmas, 2 years later. Charley hung the large wreath on the front door, the cold breeze blowing through her sweater. She quickly secured it and hurried back inside. Alexander walked into the entryway and took in the green trim and white light she'd wrapped around the staircase railing.
Looks nice.
She walked up to him. Thanks, sweetie. He leaned down and kissed her, then patted her round belly.
You feeling okay?
You're such a worrywart. I'm fine. I've been fine every day for the last 8 months. He frowned.
I'm not a worrywart. I just care about you.
She smiled, warmth spreading through her. He really did care about her. That's why I love you, she said, giving him another kiss.
Come on, let's go see what Dorothy is fixing for lunch.
Charley shot him a strange look. Why? She's fixing what she always fixes, soup and sandwiches. I think you'd have a fit if she fixed anything else. He rolled his eyes at her.
Just come into the kitchen.
Something was definitely up. When Charley entered, Thomas was leaning against the counter peeking at the pot of soup. Dorothy was trying to shoo him away. When she turned and saw Alexander and Charley, she frowned. Okay, what's going on?
Nothing.
Alexander put on an innocent face. Before Dorothy could respond, the back doorbell rang. She squinted at Alexander before heading out to the mudroom to answer the door. Everyone followed her. Dorothy opened the door and Paul stood there in his UPS uniform, a small package with Amazon's logo on it in his hand. Dorothy smiled. Hi, Paul. What are you doing here? I haven't ordered anything. He leaned over and gave her a kiss.
Are you sure? I was positive this one was for you.
He handed her the box. She shook it. It's light, not a book. What is it? She turned back to the group of people behind her and Alex just shrugged.
Open it,
Thomas said. Dorothy pulled at the tape. All right, no need to get bossy. Paul chuckled as she tugged at the flaps, his smile widening. When she had trouble with one side, he pulled out a small pocket knife and helped her slice through the packing tape. Dorothy pulled back the flaps and looked inside. Her cheeks colored as she pulled out a ring box. "Paul!" she said, a gasp escaping. He got down on one knee, and Charley blinked back the tears forming in her eyes. "Dorothy, these past 2 years have been amazing. You are my heart and soul, and I would be lost without you. I love your smile, and yes, even your sass. I am sad when we're not together. I don't want to be apart anymore. Will you marry me?" Dorothy threw her arms around him. "Yes, I will marry you." Charley put her arm around Alexander, emotions surging in her. Dorothy deserved every happiness, and marrying Alex had been the best thing she'd ever done. She hoped Dorothy would find as much happiness as she had. This has been Christmas with the Recluse, written by Victorine E. Lieske, narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright 2018 by Victorine E. Lieske. Production copyright by Victorine E. Lieske.
Thank you for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put up more audiobooks on YouTube. It helps me out and gives you more free content on YouTube. You can find more of my books on my website, www.victorineliske.com.